So a gentleman figured out how to get access to all the diagnostic codes that are used to deny you warranty inside of the battery that you use for some of your power tools. For anybody who's familiar with these all-American brands like Milwaukee, a lot of these companies, whether it's Milwaukee or Hoover, all these old brands were bought up by a company called TTI, which makes complete and utter garbage. I did a video on a Hoover Streamline floor cleaner. This is almost as bad as Apple products, even worse because this is literally supposed to be designed to work with water, and as you can see in this video, I demonstrate how this is designed to run water over electrical contact points that will let it know that that everything is put together the way it should be. So if it doesn't see that that electrical point is making contact, it assumes that I've taken off the cover, and then it doesn't work. And because the water is running over that electrical contact point, it corrodes. TTI Floor Care is really, this is just a very, very small canary in the coal mine for what's been going on for the past 20 to 30 years, where companies will buy companies that buy companies that buy companies, and because of the way everything works in our society, they're allowed to keep the logo and the name the same. So you don't really know that what you're buying is a watered-down piece of garbage made by a company that has sold out 6 to 10 times over, but you figure it out once you actually need warranty or support, or you use your floor cleaner after 2 months and you expect it to actually turn on and clean your fucking floor. This is what they've done with this battery. So what they do is they've set this up so that when you're using your power tool, anytime there are certain events, they get flagged inside of the battery, and all the stuff is stored in the battery. Now, if you want your battery replaced under warranty, they require you send the old battery back, and they're going to be able to get access to all this information that you don't get access to on how you use the tool. There are people that have been told to use the battery in too hot conditions when they literally left the tool in their car, and the tool was not actually being used inside of their car. It wasn't on. So you weren't even putting load in the battery. The battery simply existed in a car, but they're telling customers, well, you used your battery at a high temperature, therefore your warranty is void. There are many of these items that you don't actually have access to because you don't
John Allen Chau paddles through the Indian Ocean. This is the ISS, the biggest and most complex structure humanity has ever assembled in space. Racing around the planet at 28,000 kilometers per hour, 400 kilometers above Earth, completing a full orbit every 90 minutes. One of the most ambitious engineering projects in history, built by 15 nations, including the US and Russia. A transnational, cutting-edge research outpost, a fragile diplomatic island floating in a deadly void, zero atmosphere, crushing cold and scorching radiation, and debris traveling faster than bullets. The margin of error up here is razor thin. Every system must function perfectly. Docking maneuvers are high-stakes operations. On a good day, the ISS crew monitors climate change and performs research that could change life on Earth. But on a bad day, they have to use duct tape to fix a high-voltage solar panel dangling from a robot arm in the deadly vacuum of space. This is Mark. His character is based on the experiences of actual astronauts, but we made him up to spacewalk you through a typical day aboard the ISS. Well, almost typical. We've spiced things up by condensing several real events into one high-stakes, action-packed day in orbit. Mark is 1 minute away from waking up, oblivious to the chaos that awaits him later. Floating in a sleeping bag strapped to the wall of his light and windowless personal cabin. The lights are off to provide some much-needed biorhythm. The station hurtles through space at 28,000 kilometers per hour. Every 45 minutes, the sun either goes up or down. That's 16 days squeezed into 24 hours. 6 a.m. sharp. Time to rise. It's Wednesday, and Mark has got 10 hours of work ahead. His first challenge is waking up in zero gravity. He pulls out his earplugs. The constant hum of fans and machines is as loud as a busy city street. Without ventilation, the CO2 exhaled by Mark would linger around his head and suffocate him in his sleep. In zero gravity, fluids are not pulled down by weight. Faces puff and noses run. Toilets rely on suction to keep certain things from floating. Most of the human deposits end up in sealed bags. They're vacuum-dried, wrapped in waste capsules, and shot to space. Some of them burn up in the atmosphere like shooting stars. Make a wish. Mark wipes himself down. There are no showers up here because water is precious. Nearly all of it is recycled, from sweat, breath, and even urine. A high-tech filtration system turns 98% of it back into drinking water, at least 6,000 liters per year. Mark uses that system to fill a drinking pouch. He gets dressed in the same clothes he's worn for days. His dirty laundry also turns into a potential shooting star. He doesn't need a sweater anyway. This part of the station has been facing the sun for a while, and the outer hull is scorching at 120 degrees Celsius. Inside, the thermal control system is working at full power to keep the crew from getting baked. The passive system relies on insulation, surface coatings, heaters, and heat pipes to balance extreme temperatures. The active system uses water and ammonia. Water-based cooling loops absorb heat loads generated by the crew and electronic equipment. The heat is transferred to heat exchangers and passed to ammonia circuits that pump it out to giant radiators, which then release it into space. The TCS keeps inside temperatures at a manageable maximum of 24 degrees Celsius. And they never go below 18, even when the ISS swings into Earth's shadow, where temperatures drop to a crushing minus 160 degrees. On the ISS, survival depends on remote control, from managing CO2 to circulating air. When we travel and separate from the precious processing power of our editing rig, things tend to feel just as dramatic. That's why we use AnyDesk. AnyDesk gives us fast and secure remote access to our desktops, whether we are editing videos, troubleshooting hardware, or transferring massive project files. With AnyDesk, you can literally move your office anywhere you want. Well, almost. AnyDesk's proprietary codec keeps visuals sharp and latency low, even on bad hotel Wi-Fi. Audio pass-through means you can remotely edit sound in real time. You can even remotely control 3D printers from a Raspberry Pi or legacy system. It's lightweight, privacy-respecting, and engineered for professionals who rely on speed and stability. And it runs on almost anything, from Windows and macOS to Linux, iOS, and even retro systems like Windows XP. Try AnyDesk for free at anydesk.com/fern to work with almost zero gravity. But first, breakfast. Mark has no idea how much he'll need it today. Scrambled eggs rehydrated from a plastic pouch. Coffee is a small miracle though. Mark can actually sip it from a specially designed zero-gravity cup. The liquid literally clings to the rim and climbs into his mouth via surface tension. He shares this moment with Dmitry, his coffee buddy and crewmate from Russia. Despite war, sanctions, and decades of mistrust, Russians and Americans still work on this station together. A fragile alliance held together by science, diplomacy, and caffeine. The rest of the international crew trickles in. It mostly consists of fellow Americans and Russians, but there are also Europeans, Canadians, and Japanese on board. Then comes the morning briefing. The crew discusses the daily agenda in a live feed with 5 ISS ground control centers around the world. The most pressing issue, one of the ISS solar panels is damaged. 2 tears, one nearly a meter long. The station runs entirely on solar power. Reduced input means throttled systems and possible shutdowns. Someone will have to go out and fix it. The operation will go down as the most dangerous spacewalk in ISS history. The solar panels are live, 100 volts of raw current. The crew doesn't carry the necessary replacement parts nor proper tools. It's an extremely risky mission. US astronauts Scott Parazynski and Doug Wheelock volunteer for the job. But before the spacewalk, there's another high-stakes item on the agenda. A new Russian module is supposed to dock today, the Prishal. Normally, the crew would never schedule a module arrival and a spacewalk on the same day, but they are making an exception for our video. 2 days earlier. This is the Baikonur Cosmodrome, a launch site in the middle of the Kazakh steppe. It's operated by Russia's space agency Roscosmos. On the pad is a Soyuz 2 carrier rocket. Strapped to its top is the MS-17 spacecraft carrying the heart of the mission, the 4-ton Prishal node module. The spacecraft starts separating from the rocket at 193 kilometers altitude. The capsule begins its orbital ballet, carefully aligning itself with the ISS's trajectory. It takes 2 full days to get close. Now the distance is down to just 200 meters. Mark and the entire team hold their breath, either floating in space or glued to screens on Earth.
The range is showing 100 meters.
65 meters now separating Prishal.
Range is about 30 meters. The target is towards the bottom by about 2 degrees. The crosshairs are aligned. Copy.
The docking runs on full autopilot.
Range is about 20 to 0. Copy. Continue. And we can continue monitoring the automatic approach.
Closing at a rate of 1/10 of a meter per second.
I see the target. The roll is about 30 degrees. The range is about 8 meters.
The final approach begins.
3 degrees to the left, to the bottom 1 degree. We have contact.
Contact confirmed.
Done. Prishal has locked into place. This is what the ISS looks like today. 16 pressurized modules where the crew can float around without spacesuits. The backbone holding it all together is the integrated truss structure, a linear, arranged sequence of 11 steel trusses that carries unpressurized components like the solar panels and connects them to the pressurized modules. This was the first module, Zarya, 12.6 meters long, weighing 20 tons, built in Russia. The Americans added the connecting node Unity shortly after. The first living quarters, called Zvezda, arrived in July 2000. That's when the first 3 astronauts could finally move in. It took over 40 shuttle flights and more than 20 years to put together the ISS in its current form. The station roughly splits into 2 main blocks, one Russian and one American. The Europeans plugged in Columbus and the Japanese added their Kibo laboratory. But the real showstopper is Canadarm2, a 16-meter robotic arm that can grab modules, move them around, and hold astronauts during spacewalks. It can relocate itself along the station and move to wherever it's needed. The ISS features 6 research labs, 2 living quarters, and a panoramic observation cupola, plus endless connecting nodes, storage compartments, and technical systems. The interior volume is about the size of a Boeing 747. With its solar arrays fully extended, the station covers a surface area of roughly 7,000 square meters. 260,000 solar cells across 2,500 square meters constantly rotate to track the sun. Backup batteries take over whenever the station swings into Earth's shadow. Mark and the crew welcome the new module aboard. Prishal's got 6 docking ports for more modules and Russian spacecrafts to plug in later. Everything is running smoothly. Time for some science. These are mice. 15 of them. They'll never understand why they suddenly started floating, but they're part of a groundbreaking experiment. These mice were injected with special antibodies back on Earth. Mark observes how those antibodies affect their bone growth in zero gravity. Weightlessness tends to accelerate bone loss, so these are the perfect conditions to stress test potential treatments. In fact, this very experiment will directly contribute to developing Prolia, a drug used to combat osteoporosis on Earth. Next stop, plants. This little weed is Arabidopsis thaliana, also known as thale cress or mouse ear cress, an inconspicuous species on Earth, but a star up here in space. Plants usually exhibit growth responses to light and gravity, but in orbit, gravity disappears. So what happens? On Earth, roots spiral down and leaves reach up. In space, the plant goes wild, growing everywhere at once. The ISS crew is constantly conducting research, from physics experiments to biomedical studies that may one day help treat cancer or heart disease. Some of that science could change life on Earth. But now, something else demands Mark's attention. The most dangerous spacewalk in ISS history. This is Scott Parazinski, the real astronaut behind this spacewalk. It will be the most important EVA, or extravehicular activity, of his career. His colleague Doug Wheelock will assist him from the truss. Right now they're inside the Quest module, that's the airlock. The pressure inside is slowly dropping to match the cosmic vacuum outside. They secure their safety tethers to make sure they won't drift off into the abyss. Then the hatch opens and they step out into space. They're heading toward the torn solar array. They have no proper tools or replacement parts. Just 5 makeshift braces they MacGyver together with aluminium stripes, wire, and duct tape. No one knows if it'll even work. The panels are still live with 100 volts of exposed current. An electric shock could be fatal. Every single metal part of Scott's suit and tools has been triple wrapped in insulating tape. And then there's the distance. The damaged panel is farther from the airlock than any ISS astronaut has ever ventured. Scott will be the first. The Canadarm is too short, so the crew added a 15-meter extension. That makes it even more difficult for Mark and his crewmate to guide the arm from the inside. Scott's boot is locked in. The arm begins its slow crawl toward the damaged solar panel. It takes some time. Scott is suspended over Earth, floating around 400 kilometers above the Amazonian rainforest. Looks like they've got nice weather down there. He feels like a tiny worm stuck to a fishing rod, strapped to a metal beam, extended into infinity. Over comms, his crewmates walk him through the list of dangers to consider, like sharp edges and the life voltage. Then he finally arrives. The tear is right there. Scott gets to work. Again, everyone is holding their breath, aboard the ISS and on the ground. They're watching Scott's every move in total silence. One by one, he slips the handmade braces through the holes in the fabric, like cufflinks pinning fragile metal into place. It works. The braces hold. The entire crew breathes a sigh of relief. The ISS has been up here for more than 25 years, and it's starting to show its age. The AC keeps botching and the oxygen system acts up. Sometimes air escapes and no one knows from where. By 2030, the 420-ton satellite will make its final descent into the ocean. A falling star guided back to its home planet. A planned and controlled closure to a stellar chapter of human collaboration and engineering. Mark is grateful for every minute in orbit, but he's also ready to come home, to his family, to gravity, and to a proper pizza. One that leaves crumbs everywhere. And, of course, a long, hot shower to rinse them off. Outside, the sun sets for the 13th time today. Good night, ISS.
Now, and instead of seeing trees, you're looking up at mushrooms that are taller than your house. Imagine walking outside right now, and instead of seeing trees, you're looking up at mushrooms that are taller than your house. I'm talking about fungal towers that make some trees look like houseplants. And here's the thing. This isn't fiction. This actually happened for 50 million years before trees even existed. Earth was basically ruled by giant mushrooms. And honestly, if plants hadn't shown up when they did, we'd probably still be living in a world where the tallest things around are fungus pillars that could crush your car. Now, here's where things get properly weird. We're talking about Earth around 400 million years ago. And let me tell you, you think your morning commute is depressing? Try walking around back then. You know how people complain about urban sprawl ruining nature? Well, congratulations. You would have loved the Devonian period because there was basically nothing to ruin. Picture this. You're standing on what will eventually become, I don't know, Ohio or something. Except there are no trees. None. Not a single one. There's no grass either. No flowers, no bushes, no hedges your neighbor can passively aggressively trim to spite you. The tallest plants you'd see would maybe come up to your ankle if they were having a really good day. Most of them looked less impressive than the weeds growing through sidewalk cracks. It's mostly just rocks and dirt. And not even good dirt. We're talking about soil that was basically in beta testing mode. Plants hadn't figured out how to properly die and rot into nice compost yet. So the earth was this weird mix of sand, clay, and whatever passed for organic matter when there wasn't much organic matter to go around. You know how your car windows fog up when it's humid? Now imagine that, but everywhere, all the time. The atmosphere had about 10 times more carbon dioxide than today. 10 times. The entire planet was basically one big greenhouse that somebody forgot to ventilate. You would step outside and immediately feel like you were breathing soup. Walking around this place would have been genuinely unsettling. You could hike for days and not see anything taller than your knees. Just endless stretches of bare rock and these pathetic little green stubs poking up here and there. The biggest wildlife you would have encountered would be things crawling around on the ground, and when I say crawling, I mean it. We're talking about millipedes, some early insects that hadn't figured out flying yet, and maybe some scorpions if you were really unlucky. The most exciting animal encounter you might have would be stepping on something crunchy and hoping it wasn't poisonous. No mammals, no reptiles, no amphibians even. Those guys were still figuring out how to exist. The most advanced animals were basically things that looked like they should be living under a log in your backyard, except they were the apex predators of their time, which tells you something about how low the bar was set. The weather was hot too, and not just summer hot, but tropical greenhouse hot all year round, and humid, the kind of humidity where your clothes stick to you and you start questioning your life choices. Except you couldn't even question your life choices because complex thought hadn't really been invented yet. Rivers and lakes were around, sure, but they were warm, like bathwater that's been sitting too long. Instead of fish, you might see some early jawless things swimming around that looked like they were designed by someone who had never seen a fish before and then described it to someone that was drunk. The landscape had this eerie quality where everything seemed empty. You know that feeling when you're in a big empty parking lot at night? Except imagine that feeling, but it's just the entire planet. And it's not night, it's just perpetually misty and weird. There were no forests to get lost in, no meadows to frolic through, no mountains covered in trees, just these bizarre flat expanses with tiny green dots scattered around the occasional puddle. If you were feeling adventurous, you might find some moss. Exciting stuff. And the silence. Without birds or large animals, the loudest sounds would have been wind and maybe some water moving around, and the occasional scuttle of something small trying not to become lunch for something else small. It was quiet in that unsettling way that makes you realize how much noise living things usually make. But here's the thing about this seemingly empty, hostile, and frankly boring landscape. Something was growing here that would have made you question everything you thought you knew about how life works. And what was slowly growing here was about to be absolutely massive. Meet prototaxites. Yes, that's a real name. Some scientists back in the day decided to give this thing a name that sounds like a tax software, but whatever. These were the giants I was talking about. And when I say giants, I mean it in the most ridiculous way possible. 26 feet tall. That is taller than most homes. That's wider than your dining room table, just sitting there in the middle of nowhere, being a mushroom for 50 million years. That's almost as long than mammals have been the dominant thing on Earth. These fungus towers were just chilling, doing their mushroom thing, while the rest of life was still figuring out how to not be microscopic. But here's the fun part. Scientists found these fossils and had absolutely no clue what they were looking at. For over a century, they were completely stumped. Some thought they were trees, others thought maybe some weird type of seaweed that got really lost. A few suggested they might be giant lichens, which is just fungi with commitment issues anyway. But the fossils looked like big, thick stone tree trunks, which is confusing because they were finding them in rocks from way before trees existed. It's like finding a gun in a medieval castle. Something's not adding up here. Scientists kept arguing about this for decades. Team tree versus team seaweed versus team we have no idea what this is. Meanwhile, these fossil things are just sitting in museums, being tall and mysterious and probably judging everyone for their terrible guesses. Then, in the 2000s, someone finally had the bright idea to actually test the chemistry of these fossils. Revolutionary stuff. Turns out when you apply science to scientific mysteries, you sometimes get scientific answers. The chemical signature was pure fungus. Not plant, not animal, not some weird alien thing, but just fungus that decided to get really big. So prototaxites was essentially a mushroom that thought it was a redwood, except it existed hundreds of millions of years before redwoods were even a glimmer in evolution's eye. These things were pioneers, the original big boys on the block. And they weren't just tall, they were thick. Over 3 feet across in some cases. Imagine walking through that barren landscape I just described and coming across what looks like a telephone pole made of mushroom, just standing there doing nothing, being weird. It literally feels like something you would see in like an analog horror series on YouTube. The structure was also pure fungus too, because you might think, well, what if it's just fungus growing on something? Nope. When scientists looked at thin slices under microscopes, they saw the classic fungal tubes all woven together. No wood, no bark, no growth rings, just fungus architecture that somehow managed to stay upright for years without falling over, which is more than I can say for most of my houseplants, because honestly, those things are dead. I should be charged with a hate crime for how I take care of plants. These things had the whole planet to themselves. Fossils have been found everywhere. North America, Europe, Asia, the Middle East, wherever conditions were right, up popped a giant mushroom tower. And they lived forever. Well, not forever, but a really long time for something that's basically a mushroom. Individual towers could grow for years, just adding layer after layer of fungus until they reached their full ridiculous height. Some probably stood in the same spot for decades, watching tiny arthropods crawl around their base and thinking whatever mushrooms think about. Fungus has always like freaked me out because what do you mean it's not a plant and it's not an animal? Like, does it think? What does it do? This is a zombie fungus that turns ants into zombies, so like it's just a terrifying concept. The underground part of these fungi was even more impressive. These visible towers were just tip. Underneath, they had these massive fungal networks spreading out through the soil, kind of like the internet, except it was made of mushroom threads, and probably they were a lot nicer to each other. They could tap into nutrients from large areas. While those pathetic ankle-high plants were struggling to find enough food to stay alive, prototaxites had an entire underground empire supplying the main towers. It was the original gig economy, except instead of driving people around, fungal threads were driving nutrients around. For 50 million years, if you wanted to see something tall, you looked at prototaxites. They were the skyscrapers of their time, the landmarks, the things you would use to navigate. Yeah, just go past the giant mushroom tower, then hang a left at the other giant mushroom tower. But being tall was just the beginning of their tricks. So how did a mushroom become Earth's first skyscraper for millions of years? Turns out, prototaxites had figured out the ultimate life hack. While every other living thing was desperately trying to catch some sunlight and grow leaves and do all that photosynthesis nonsense, these guys just said, nah, we're good, and went a completely different route. They didn't need sunlight at all. They had zero dependence on that big yellow thing in the sky. Instead, they just ate dead stuff, rotting plant matter, decomposing algae, whatever organic garbage was lying around. This gave them an insane advantage. Every plant on Earth had to fight for sun exposure, and they had to worry about getting shaded out, and had to complete for the perfect spot with good lighting. Prototaxites, though, they could set up shop anywhere there was dirt and dead things, which in a world where everything kept dying because life was still figuring itself out, was pretty much everywhere. The underground game was where they really dominated, though. Remember those fungal networks I just mentioned? Well, those networks could spread for miles. Miles. One prototaxite might have fungal threads reaching out in every direction, tapping into food sources that were completely out of reach for those tiny surface plants. While a little moss patch was struggling to find enough nutrients in its immediate area, prototaxites were pulling resources from an area the size of a small town. And here's where it gets really unfair for everything else. Those underground networks didn't just find food, they hoarded it. They could store nutrients for bad times, kind of like having a huge underground pantry. When conditions got tough and other organisms started dying off, prototaxites would just dip into its reserves and keep growing. They were also really good at playing the long game. Most early plants lived fast and died young because life was harsh, but prototaxites could just sit there for decades, slowly growing taller and thicker, building up its strength while everything around it struggled to survive another season. In competition? What competition? The tallest plants were maybe around 2 feet high on their best day. That is not competition. That's barely even noticeable. Prototaxites had the vertical space all for themselves. No one was fighting them for the top spot because no one else could even reach the bottom of the top spot. They spread across the entire planet too, and I literally mean the entire planet. Scientists have found prototaxite fossils on pretty much every single continent. These things had better global coverage than most Walmarts do. Wherever there was land that wasn't completely underwater or completely on fire, there was probably a giant mushroom tower. Just like now, there's a Walmart parking lot. The spread wasn't random either. They were smart about it. Well, as smart as a fungus can be. They grew tall specifically to launch their spores higher into the air. The taller you are, the farther your spores can travel on the wind. And those spores were everywhere. The air back then was probably thick with prototaxite spores just floating around looking for new places to set up shop. Any patch of ground with decent organic matter could potentially become home to a new fungal tower. They had colonized the planet more thoroughly than humans have, and they did it 400 million years before humans even existed. The climate helped them too. All that heat and humidity I mentioned earlier, it was perfect fungus weather. While other organisms were struggling with extreme conditions, prototaxites was thriving. Hot and humid is exactly what fungi love. They were living their best life while everything else was just trying not to die. Plus, nothing was eating them. There were no herbivores back then. No animals big enough or interested enough to take a bite out of a giant mushroom tower. The biggest threat to prototaxite was maybe some tiny bug burrowing a hole in it, which is about as dangerous as a mosquito bite to a person. They could just grow around the damage and keep going. They had no natural predators, unlimited food sources. perfect growing conditions, and zero competition for their ecological niche. They had basically won the evolutionary lottery and then kept winning it for 50 billion years straight. The soil itself started working for them too. As prototaxites broke down organic matter and died and regrew, they were actually creating better soil conditions. The ground around established fungal towers became richer and more fertile, which attracted more dead plant matter, which fed the fungus, which made the soil even better. They had basically created their own positive feedback loop. By the time other organisms started figuring out how to grow taller, prototaxites had already established itself everywhere worth establishing. They had first mover advantage on a planetary scale. Every good spot was already taken by a giant mushroom that had been there longer than entire species have existed. For 50 million years, this strategy was unbeatable. Nothing could touch them. And it turns out that being untouchable made them ecosystem architects. And what do I mean by that? Well, you might think that these giant mushroom towers just stood there doing nothing except growing. Wrong. Dead wrong. These things were basically ancient apartment buildings, except instead of noisy neighbors and broken elevators, they had bugs living inside them. Lots and lots of bugs. Scientists found fossil evidence of tiny tunnels all through prototaxite trunks, little boreholes where early insects had moved in and made themselves at home. And I'm not talking about a few holes here and there. Some fossils are absolutely riddled with these tunnels. It looked like Swiss cheese. You know, if Swiss cheese was made of mushroom and also 26 feet tall. These weren't random holes either. They were organized, planned out. The bugs that made them knew what they were doing. They'd carve out little hallways and chambers inside the fungus, creating their own tiny neighborhoods. And the best part, it just grew around the holes and kept going. Imagine being a millipede back then. Your housing options were basically under a rock or inside a giant mushroom. It's not really a tough choice. The mushroom had climate control, protection predators, and room service in the form of edible walls. Imagine if you could eat the walls of your house. Literally, you could live forever. These bugs had figured out luxury living 400 billion years before humans even invented hotels. The fungus didn't seem to mind the company either. In fact, some scientists think it might have actually helped. The bugs are basically doing maintenance work, cleaning out dead tissue and keeping air flowing through the structure. Outside the towers, things got interesting too. A 26-foot tall mushroom casts a pretty decent shadow, and in a world where everything else was getting fried by constant sunlight, that shadow was prime real estate. Tiny plants and mosses could actually survive in the shade of these giants. They created these little pockets of slightly less terrible living conditions. The humidity was different around them too. All that fungal activity was pumping moisture into the air, creating mini weather systems. If you were a small creature trying not to dry out in that prehistoric greenhouse climate, hanging around prototaxites was probably your best bet. And when these towers finally died and fell over, well, that was when the real party started. A dead prototaxite was essentially a 26-foot long buffet for every decomposer in that area. Bacteria, smaller fungi, insects, whatever passed for scavengers back then. They all showed up for the feast. These fallen giants would take years to fully break down. And during that time, they were bustling with life. Different creatures would specialize in different parts of the decay process. Some would eat the fresh fungal tissue. Others would wait for it to get a little ripe. The really patient ones would hang around for the final stages when everything was nice and rotten. This whole death and decay process was also building soil. Remember how I mentioned the ground back then was basically dirt and beta testing? Well, prototaxites was also doing the debugging. Every time one of these giants lived and died, it was adding organic matter to the ground, making it richer and more fertile. The fungal networks underground were busy too. They weren't just feeding the main tower. They were trading nutrients with smaller fungi and probably some of those tiny plants. It was basically the world's farmer's market. Some researchers think prototaxites might have even had partnerships with algae or early plants growing on their surfaces. It's not confirmed, but imagine a giant mushroom covered in a thin layer of green stuff. It would have looked even weirder than normal, which is saying something. And the strangest part about this whole ecosystem was temporary. Every prototaxite eventually died, taking its little community with it. But then new spores would spread and new towers would pop up somewhere else, and the whole cycle would start over. So for millions of years, wherever you found prototaxites, you found life. Real, thriving, bustling life in an otherwise pretty empty world. They weren't just surviving, they were creating conditions for other things to survive too. But their good times were about to end permanently because everything changed when the plants figured out how to get tall. For 50 million years, prototaxites had owned the height game. Nothing even came close. And suddenly, plants decided they were done being ankle high and started reaching for the sky. And when I say suddenly, I mean suddenly in geological term, which is still millions of years, but whatever. The first real threat showed up in the form of Archaeopteryx. This thing wasn't messing around. It grew over 30 feet tall, had actual wood, real roots, and honest-to-God leaves. It wasn't those pathetic little stem things that had been passing for plants before. It had full, big leaves. Lots of them. Archaeopteryx was everything prototaxites wasn't. Fast-growing, light-loving, and absolutely ruthless when taking up space. Where prototaxites would take decades to reach full height, these new trees could shoot up in just a few years. They were the overachievers that made everyone else look bad. But speed wasn't the only problem. These trees brought friends. Lots of friends. Once one type of plant figured out how to grow tall, suddenly every plant wanted in on the action. Ferns started growing taller, seed plants showed up, and before you knew it, there were actual forests popping up all over the place. Forests, real ones, with canopies and understories and all that complicated stuff that makes a forest a forest. And these weren't just collections of tall plants standing around looking impressive. They were ecosystems. Complex, interconnected, nutrient-hogging ecosystems that changed everything. The underground war was brutal. Tree roots were aggressive. They didn't just sit there politely sharing nutrients with the local fungal networks. They actively competed. They formed partnerships with smaller fungi that helped them grab even more resources. They basically turned the soil into their personal territory. And remember those extensive underground networks that had made prototaxites so dominant? Well, suddenly they had competition. Real competition. Tree roots could go deeper, spread wider, and work faster than fungal threads. The trees were winning the resource game, and they were winning decisively. Above ground wasn't any better. Those massive canopies blocked out huge amounts of sunlight. Now, prototaxites didn't need sunlight for energy, but a lot of the small plants and algae it fed on did need sunlight. When the forests moved in, the food sources started disappearing. The decomposing organic matter that had sustained giant fungi for millions of years was suddenly in short supply. The climate started changing too. All of those trees were pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and pumping out oxygen. The hot, human greenhouse conditions that prototaxites loved were cooling down. The world was becoming cooler, more seasonal, and less fungus friendly. And then there were the fires. Forests burn. It's what they do. Lightning hits, things get dry, and suddenly you've got wildfires racing across the landscape. Prototaxites, with their slow growth and years of investment in each tower, couldn't handle that kind of disturbance. Fire that a tree could recover from in a few years would wipe out decades of fungal growth. The new ecosystems brought new animals too. More insects, early amphibians, and eventually things that actually ate plants. Herbivores. The concept of something actively munching on living vegetation was brand new, and it was bad news for anything that couldn't defend itself or grow back quickly. Prototaxites had evolved in a world where nothing ate them. Now there were creatures starting to figure out that organic matter didn't have to be dead to be food. Some of these early plant eaters probably took experimental bites out of fungal towers, and unlike the tiny boring insects that prototaxites could grow around, bigger herbivores could do real damage. The writing was on the wall. Actually, the writing was in the fossil record. Starting around 370 million years ago, prototaxites fossils became rarer and rarer. The giants that had dominated every landscape on Earth were losing ground everywhere. Competition for prime real estate got fierce. The swampy, nutrient-rich areas where prototaxites had always thrived were now the exact same place trees wanted to grow, and trees were better at claiming territory and keeping it. They could grow faster, spread their influence wider, and once established, they were much harder to dislodge. The final nail in the coffin was probably the forests themselves becoming self-sustaining. Once you had enough trees in one place, they started creating their own weather patterns, their own soil conditions, their own everything. They didn't need the outside world anymore. They had become the outside world. By the end of the Devonian period, around 360 million years ago, prototaxite fossils completely disappeared from the geological record. After 50 million years of unchallenged dominance, the giant fungi were gone. Not just rare, not just reduced to smaller sizes, but gone. The age of forest had begun, and there was no room left for 26-foot tall mushrooms. The trees had won the height war, the resource war, and ultimately the evolutionary war. Game over. But their defeat, though, gave us the world we know today. Prototaxites losing was the best thing that could have ever happened for the human species. Think about it. If those giant mushrooms had won their war with the trees, Earth would still be covered in fungal towers powers today. No forests means no diverse ecosystems. No diverse ecosystems means no complex animal evolution. No complex animal evolution means you're not watching this video because humans never happened. We exist only because a mushroom failed. The soil under your feet right now, prototaxites helped build that. All that organic matter they pumped into the ground for 50 million years created the foundation that trees needed to grow. They basically prepared the earth for their own replacement. It's the most accidental genius thing in evolutionary history. Those forests that wiped them out became the ecosystems that supported the first amphibians crawling onto land. Those amphibians became reptiles.
The James Webb Telescope has identified 6 galaxies that exist 500 million years after the Big Bang that are up to 10 times bigger than the Milky Way galaxy. That shouldn't happen. There should not be primordial galaxies that are bigger than the Milky Way galaxy that are only 500 million years old. Something is wrong.
What if the most powerful telescope in history has just revealed something we weren't supposed to see? What if everything we thought we knew about the universe, its origins, its laws, even its very nature, was suddenly thrown into question? For decades, astronomers have relied on the same frameworks, building models that explained the cosmos with neat beginnings and predictable rules. But the James Webb Space Telescope has started to show us something different, something stranger, and something that doesn't fit inside the picture we've been painting for 100 years. Scientists are now confronting evidence that challenges the very foundations of cosmology. Some of the brightest minds in the field have begun asking questions that would have sounded outrageous just a few years ago. What if our universe is not what we thought it was? What if the Big Bang was not the simple beginning we've always believed? And what if the structures Webb has uncovered mean we need to rewrite the story of existence itself? Let's dive into this latest discovery. From the first months of its mission, Webb delivered discoveries that nobody was prepared for. Its infrared vision cut through the cosmic fog of the early universe, revealing galaxies and black holes at ages and distances that defied every timeline in the standard model. Scientists expected to find baby galaxies, tiny, chaotic clumps of stars slowly forming in the aftermath of the Big Bang. Instead, they found massive, mature systems already in place, galaxies that looked more like today's Milky Way than like infants of a young universe. Recently, a team led by Pablo Perez Gonzalez at the Center for Astrobiology in Madrid identified 9 mysterious light sources at the very edges of the observable universe. 6 of them sit at a redshift of 17, and 3 reach an astonishing redshift of 25. To understand what this means, remember that redshift is the stretching of light as the universe expands. The higher the redshift, the farther away something is, and the further back in time we are looking. Redshift 17 takes us to just 200 million years after the Big Bang. Redshift 25 takes us to around 100 million years after it, an era when, according to our models, the universe should have been dark, starless, and empty. This period has long been called the Cosmic Dark Ages. After the initial burst of the Big Bang, the universe was a searing plasma of particles. It took hundreds of thousands of years for that plasma to cool into atoms, and then another 100 million years before stars and galaxies could form. During the Dark Ages, the cosmos was silent, featureless, and invisible. Nothing should have been shining. But Webb's images suggest otherwise. These newly detected light sources are blazing across the sky from a time when nothing should exist. They are not galaxies as we know them, and they are not stars in the conventional sense. If our current models are correct, they should not be visible at all. So what are they? That's the mystery shaking the world of astronomy. One possibility gaining traction is that these are primordial black holes, formed immediately after the Big Bang. Unlike the black holes we know today, born from the deaths of stars, primordial black holes could have emerged directly from the extreme densities of the newborn universe. If so, they could be the hidden engines of light at redshift 17 and 25. Andrea Ferrara, an astrophysicist in Pisa, has argued that if stars cannot explain this level of luminosity so early, then something else must be producing it. Primordial black holes may be the only candidates. If that's true, the implications are staggering. Decades ago, Stephen Hawking proposed that primordial black holes might not only illuminate the earliest chapters of the cosmos, but could also serve as gateways to other universes. In his vision, information swallowed by black holes isn't destroyed. It's carried somewhere else. If these strange points of light are indeed primordial black holes, they may be more than relics of our own universe's infancy. They may be evidence that other universes exist. But that's not the only strange discovery. Astronomers have also noticed a class of objects they call little red dots. At first, they were thought to be small, compact galaxies. But follow-up observations overturned that idea. They don't behave like galaxies at all. Instead, a radical theory has emerged. These little red dots could be black hole stars. Unlike any object in today's universe, a black hole star would form when a gigantic early star collapses. At its heart, a black hole forms. But instead of swallowing the entire star, the outer layers remain intact. The result is a hybrid object, a star with a black hole for a core, radiating enormous amounts of energy before collapsing completely. If true, Webb may be capturing a fleeting stage of cosmic evolution once thought to be unobservable. The deeper Webb looks, the more it unsettles. It has even spotted evidence suggesting the expansion of the universe may be slowing down. For decades, the prevailing belief was that expansion was accelerating, driven by a mysterious force called dark energy. But Webb's findings hint at a more complicated picture. Some regions may be expanding differently than others, suggesting dark energy is not uniform. If this trend continues, expansion could eventually halt and reverse, leading to a catastrophic big crunch, where the universe collapses back on itself. And even before this, astronomers were already grappling with tensions in their measurements. The Hubble tension showed that the expansion rate of the universe appears faster when measured nearby than when inferred from the cosmic microwave background. The S8 tension showed that galaxies clump together less than models predict. Each of these tensions was already a headache. Webb is making them unavoidable. And then there's the most mind-bending discovery of all. When scientists analyzed the spin of over 30,000 galaxies, they found that most were rotating in the same direction. According to the Big Bang model, the early universe should have been chaotic, with galaxies spinning randomly. But Webb shows otherwise. Even more astonishing, the further back astronomers looked, the stronger this alignment became. In the earliest stages, galaxies were even more synchronized. This raises a possibility so bold that for many years it was considered almost unthinkable. What if the universe itself has a spin? What if the cosmos is not perfectly uniform and directionless as we have always assumed, but instead carries a subtle rotation built into its very fabric? If that is the case, then the entire framework of modern cosmology is incomplete. All of the neat models that assume a perfectly isotropic, directionless universe would be missing a crucial ingredient. And if the universe truly does spin, even ever so slightly, it opens the door to a radical and unsettling idea that we may, in fact, be living inside a black hole. The theory unfolds like this. Instead of erupting outward from a single point of infinite density in a clean Big Bang, the universe may have been born within the event horizon of a massive black hole that formed in some greater external reality. The event horizon of that black hole would appear to us as the edge of our cosmos, the limit beyond which no information can escape and no observation can reach. Everything we know, every galaxy, every star, every particle of light and radiation exists inside this immense boundary. Beyond it, in a realm forever hidden from our instruments, may lie the parent universe that collapsed and gave rise to our own. In this picture, we are not witnessing the after effects of an explosion from nothing, but the unfolding of a rebirth, the interior growth of a black hole turned universe. Researchers at the University of Portsmouth have recently put forward arguments supporting such a model. Their view is that our cosmos may not have emerged from an inexplicable singularity that suddenly appeared from nowhere, but rather from matter in another universe that collapsed under its own gravity. That collapse reached an unimaginable density, curved space-time to its breaking point, and then rebounded outward in expansion. What we describe today as the Big Bang may not have been the true beginning of time, but simply the bounce from the birth of a black hole in a larger reality. This interpretation replaces the mystery of a singular start with a continuous chain of cause and effect. If that sounds unsettling, that is because it is. It means the bedrock assumptions of cosmology, the ones we have treated as almost sacred truths, are no longer stable. Dark matter, once considered the invisible glue of the cosmos, is under attack. Dark energy, the driver of acceleration, may not be constant at all. The Big Bang itself, the most iconic event in science, may not be a beginning, but just a phase in a longer cycle. And even the cosmic microwave background, long regarded as the leftover glow of creation, may need to be reinterpreted. And every time Webb points its mirrors toward the deep sky, the story grows stranger. Instead of providing clarity, Webb has raised sharper questions. Instead of closing the book, it has revealed new chapters. Each observation, each spectrum, each strange galaxy is not a neat conclusion, but another cliffhanger. Another reason to doubt that we have the full picture. Far from simplifying the tale of the cosmos, Webb has made it more complex, more unstable, and infinitely more mysterious than we ever dared to believe.
So where does this leave us? We are at a turning point. The universe we thought we understood is slipping through our fingers. Dark matter may not be real in the way we thought. Dark energy may not be constant. The cosmic microwave background may not be a relic of the Big Bang. Galaxy spins are aligned when they should not be, and some of the most brilliant physicists alive are seriously considering that our universe is inside a black hole. The James Webb Space Telescope was built to provide answers, but its greatest achievement may be the questions it has forced us to ask. Every time we believed the story was solved, Webb turned the page to reveal a deeper mystery. Every image, every spectrum, every detection is not a conclusion, but a cliffhanger, another puzzle, another layer. Maybe that is the ultimate lesson. The universe is not a finished equation or closed book. It is an unfolding story with no final chapter, only endless layers waiting to be uncovered. So what do you think? Are we witnessing the end of the Big Bang as the dominant story of cosmology? Are we living inside a black hole, one bubble in a sea of universes beyond our view? Or are we simply scratching the surface of a reality too vast to ever fully comprehend? Share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear what you think. And don't forget to subscribe to Cosmos Prodigy for more discoveries that challenge everything we thought we knew about the universe. Because one thing is certain, the cosmos isn't finished
grabby aliens are a version of the kind of aliens that would, if they show up, take advantage of their environment and improve themselves as a result of it? Should we hide ourselves and be quiet and not let other aliens who are grabby find us and take our natural
Let me tell you
resources
something.
from
If a
us?
grabby alien showed up here, I'm kicking its ass.
As long as they have one.
This is Star Talk Special Edition. Neil deGrasse Tyson here, your personal astrophysicist. And it being Special Edition means we got Gary O'Reilly. Gary, in the house.
Hey, yes, in the house.
In the house.
Yes.
Former soccer pro. Love your wiki page with your sexy legs.
You're looking too much. Stop it.
Excellent. Chuck Nice, always, man.
Hey, what's happening, guys?
Yeah, all right. So we brought in our geek in chief for this.
Our returning hero.
Our return. Charles Liu. Charles, welcome back.
Thank you so much.
You've got your own podcast.
Yes.
The Looniverse.
The Looniverse. About to
That's
start.
clever. That's clever.
Now, is that a play on Luna as in moon, too? I mean...
I can't take credit for it.
you didn't pick up the name?
No. I'm sitting at the table for dinner, right? And we're like, well, what do we call this podcast? And our youngest kid says, The Looniverse, of course. And I was like, what?
Well, there you go.
And that's it.
Don't overthink it.
Okay, so compared to your kid...
Wait, and then Chuck went like this. It's a dumb idea. And then he named it the Looniverse.
I said no such thing. I just sort of said, wow.
So I happen to know your wife is really smart, so it sounds like your kids are even smarter than both of you at this point.
I am so pleased that my wife and my children are all way smarter than I am.
Yeah.
And it is a great privilege to be able
You know what
to
Michael Dell said?
What?
The day you wake up and you're the smartest person in the room,
Right.
change rooms.
Exactly. Very, very better.
Gary, before you introduce the show, Chuck, what are you wearing?
Today, I
feel like I'm on the worst red carpet ever right now. What are you wearing?
And your hand was in your groin a half a second ago. Could you pull your smartphone out of your groin?
That's not my smartphone, Neil. No, I'm joking. Okay, here we go.
What's...
So we were playing a little softball earlier today, and I don't believe in showering. I do that once a week, and that's it, baby.
And only if necessary.
And that's only if necessary. And so, you guys changed, and so I'm like,
You did not change.
I'm not changing.
We look clean.
Yeah, you look clean, and
You still got your leg braces on?
Those aren't braces. Those are what do you call them? Augmentations that were placed in me by DARPA. Yes, it's
You are now a superior augmented human being.
That's right.
Right.
Amazing.
Don't ask me to jump up and get nothing off the roof because I can do it.
That explains why you were tearing around the bases so fast. It's amazing.
And DARPA, Defense Advanced Projects Research
Agency?
The Defense Advanced
Authority?
So this is a branch of the military.
Yes, it is.
That people might not know, where there's a subset of budget that goes to very high risk projects that probably won't work, but if they do work, they'll be amazing.
Yeah.
And so they
nothing is higher risk than Chuck Nice.
So they expect a high percentage of the proposals to actually
fail.
not work. To fail.
And they don't care because the idea is the one that works is going to make us badass.
DARPA.
Yeah.
Gary, what you put together for today?
All righty. So these are questions from our Patreon listeners, and as you know, they have a curiosity that is almost endless.
Boundless.
Yes. So let's kick it off.
So this is Cosmic Queries.
For sure,
Yes.
it's a Cosmic
All right, let's
Queries.
do
Yeah,
it.
it's a grab bag. And we had 42 pages of questions.
Whoa. Well,
So-
we better shut up and get
All
to
right,
it.
but they're not all on there, but thank you so much for your curiosities. Right, let's start with Danielle's. Hello, Neil, Dr. Lou, Gary, and, of course, Lord Nice. Could quantum particles possibly be connected in a higher dimensional space and only appear to be separate particles in 3 dimensions?
I love that.
Would a connection like that affect quantum entanglement? Over to you, gentlemen.
Oh my God.
Oh, I thought you were going to take that.
Oh, yeah. I'll see how well you do.
Well, I'm going to defer to Charles, but I'm going to introduce this. Okay?
Tee Charles up.
Because we see particles popping in and out of existence and tunneling through space and time, and we're trying to make sense of it. But I don't see why a higher dimension wouldn't help that out. For example, suppose we all lived in just a plane, a flat with 2D people, okay?
You know some of my friends I see.
They have no depth.
Yeah,
They have
no depth at all.
So we're here, and then like a dot shows up, and we all gather around the dot. And then the dot sort of becomes a circle, and it slowly grows. And we get our top scientists to analyze this. Where did this come from? What is it? What's happening? And then it shrinks back to a dot and then disappears. We would invent a whole quantum physics to try to understand this, when all it is somebody passing a sphere through the two-dimensional plane in which we live. Because the first contact is the point, and then there's this circle. As you go through, it maximizes at the diameter, comes back out. But here we are touching, we're thinking there's something magical, and from 3 dimensions, it's completely simple. So Charles, this question sounds like, let's up the game. Can we explain all this mystical, magical quantum spookiness by just it's ordinary people in 4 dimensions playing marbles?
Not only can we do it, some people have already tried. It's called string theory. The idea is that every particle we see in 3 or 4 dimensions here might actually have many more dimensions attached to them. And interactions on those other dimensions, like the sphere with our particle, but imagine 2 spheres interacting not on our 2-dimensional world, and bingo, you have additional weird things happening. So you, Danielle, are right on the cusp of exactly what physicists have been trying to figure out for decades. Is there perhaps another explanation where we can say the reason this thing is acting so weird is because there's connection elsewhere? Now, the problem is...
How do you test for that?
Right. We can't have any good experiments.
Because we can't access those dimensions.
And there are so many...
Yeah. And you're like, and we never will, thinking that way, Chuck.
Don't be such a downer.
There are so many different ways to think about it that you can have essentially an infinite number of solutions to a finite number of questions that we see or phenomena that we observe here in our world. So we don't want that. So the more a theory is simple and the less it requires additional pieces attached to it to explain observed phenomena, the more likely it is to be something that we can test and confirm. So that's what's going on here.
And history says the more likely it is to be right.
Generally speaking, that's right. I mean, the famous term Occam's razor, right? Just the philosophical...
I'll tell you exactly what he said. He said, multiplicity ought not be posited without necessity.
Right.
That's the actual quote from Occam.
Right.
And that we convert that to just his Occam's razor. Just
the simpler idea is more likely to be true than the more complicated idea. That's only a philosophical idea.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not exactly confirmed
Nature
in every
doesn't have
instance.
to obey you in
So
that regard.
in this instance, that's right. It could well be that that helps to explain quantum entanglement. But entanglement is yet another phenomenon, which is a little bit odd, and we're still working on that. I know right now it's a hot topic, and a lot of people talking about it.
Working on it.
Yeah, but there's still many, many questions about it. So we could relate it to entanglement, but it's not yet there enough for us to be able to answer that question, yes or no.
Or it could be like when Einstein did general relativity, where he was solving some other problem, and bada bing, the mysteries of Mercury's orbit were solved overnight. Mercury's orbit was not behaving the way Newton would have it go. And all of a sudden, Einstein's general theory of relativity just explained it without even trying.
Without trying.
And so it became a side benefit of it. And one thing about your negativity, okay?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I feel a read coming on.
So I was on the Infinite Monkey Cage with Brian Cox in London.
Okay, and
That's your stomping ground.
How many monkeys are in an infinite monkey cage?
Let me guess.
So that's the name of his show, his podcast. It was a radio show. And so we were talking about wormholes.
Okay.
And I said, well, with a wormhole, you could do this and travel through. And he jumps in and says, well, wormhole is not stable. It'll collapse immediately. So we need to think about it. Someone from the audience, a Brit, said, that's what distinguishes Americans from us Brits. They're always so positive about what can be solved. And we're always saying what can't happen.
That's funny.
And that shut him up.
That's culturally accurate. On not always, but on a number of occasions, you will find an American positivity against a British.
Yeah,
Right.
so
Really?
yeah, so we go there.
I mean, it has its drawbacks,
Yeah.
you know, when it's just like, I'm the biggest, the best. Many people don't realize I'm the most positive.
Keep going. What?
All right, Chuck, you want to hit the second
let's do
question?
this one.
Chuck's got him too.
This is Ryan Harris, who says, Dr. Tyson, Lord Nice, Geek and Professor Lou. And Gary, Ryan Harris from Burnaby, British Columbia, Canada. Given the laws of science, if they hold true, when it comes to quantum entanglement, staying on subject, would there not be some sort of energy/force being exerted/used by entangled particles? And can it be qualified as of present? I am trying to understand how two particles across vast distances are influenced by each other instantaneously, and if there are some sort of exotic, scary, or otherwise force that has been associated with this phenomenon.
So what I would say, how can a thing happen at all without there being an active draw on energy or some other thing that we can measure changing for them to be permanently connected, or while they're connected, Something's got to, some clock is ticking, something should be measurable from that.
This is one of the big differences between quantum physics and classical physics. We're conditioned
Tell
no.
me that.
It's a perfectly legitimate question because even if you ask, say, 50 quantum physicists, you might get 51 different answers as to what quantum entanglement really is.
Okay, that
because
I
it's so
did not
complicated.
know.
Right. It's kind of like if you ask 100 biologists what life is, you'll get 101 answers.
Yeah.
Same sort of situation. But the fundamentals, biologists know what life is when they see it, right? The same is sort of true for quantum physics and quantum entanglement. But boiled down to its most basic point, you can basically think of two entangled particles as being one particle that somehow gets separated. But even if it's separated in space and in time, they are still the same particle. You're just stretching it. So imagine if you have a little ball and you break it in half and then you're kind of moving it. It's kind of like this quantum taffy or caramel almost that continues to connect them, even though there could be a huge amount of space or time between those two parts. They are still the same particle.
And that's a quantum thing that you're describing.
That's right.
Not a classical thing.
That's right.
Because classically, there's nothing between them.
Yes.
But that, I'm speaking like a classical, with a classical brain to say
and
that.
we all do that. It's very, very hard for us, even those of us who have done a lot of work in quantum physics.
And just to be clear,
to think
these
that
two
way.
particles, I like the way you're saying it's the same particle, but they have slightly different properties that complement each other.
Gotcha.
To make the whole particle, right? So they have
Very
each,
well
each
said.
side took out some features of that same particle.
So is this like the twins, where if you slap one on the butt, the other one goes ow?
Sounds like you've done that.
I think that's. I don't want to say that's true, but I think that's true.
That requires an additional assumption about classical
Whether
physics of
particles have
twin
butts.
butts, interacting with quantum butts.
Okay.
And then you have some real issues.
So do we get to the point where we say the universe is one single particle and that's just all of a sudden done its thing and it's
Great question.
Yeah.
We are definitely not all one particle, but the universe could be one single entity that contains a multitude of very, very small, more complex parts. This is something that happens a lot. We think of, for example, atoms as being some sort of indivisible piece of matter. But then we've learned
the Greeks
since,
thought that, yeah.
right, we've learned since
Atom
that
means
atoms...
indivisible. That word in Greek means indivisible.
Nice.
We've learned since that atoms are
Did you
made
know
up
that?
of...
The Greeks any good at anything?
The Greeks sucked. Those idiots.
They did pretty well in the World Cup back around 60 years ago, right?
No, they won the European Championship
That's
a
right.
few decades ago.
Yeah.
But I
And the
am
democracy thing is
I'm being
overrated, you know.
facetious. Right, should we jump into the next question?
Yeah.
Let's go
All right,
for it.
Ezekiel Reeves. Hello, Neil, Chuck, Gary, and Lord Lou. My name is Ezekiel from Wawa, Ontario. I love this
But it's
already.
not Lord Lou. It's Geek in Chief Lou.
Okay,
I accept
No.
any title
No,
anyone
I
wishes to give me.
adjudicate titles here.
Okay, Doctor. So, quantum physics is rooted in observation and particles deciding which state they are in depending on probability. Can this explain how we evolved the conscious mind and free will?
Wow.
We
Don't
went
you have
there.
4 hours?
I did not see that coming.
Oh, yeah.
No. That's great. The key question, in my mind, based on your question, Ezekiel, is the word deciding, right? The decision of something to go this way or that suggests that there was something behind the ultimate outcome, right? When you and I decide to have a ham sandwich, or we decide to...
No, I want one. No, you said it.
Yeah, right. Or we decide that we're going to dive left for a penalty kick instead of dive right. That has a whole bunch of stuff behind it. And the causality of it is dependent on everything from the goalie's life experience to the muscular twitches of that very moment and everything in between. So when individual particles are switching or landing in certain states, Niels Bohr would have called it the wave function collapsing, right?
Niels Bohr, a physicist from 100 years ago.
Yeah, when you have that kind of an interpretation, then you can ascribe, perhaps, intention, right? But we just cannot say, even now, we still don't really understand what free will is. The definition of it varies from person to person. The philosophical ideas.
Because people are still writing 500-page books on it.
Sure.
That's the evidence that we don't know anything about.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But keep going there. So
Okay.
we've got quantum probabilities.
Right.
So that a particle, quote, decides is it going to decay or is it not.
Yep.
And we know that probability precisely. That's what's
Yes.
fascinating.
That's right.
Here's something that's completely probabilistic that we know with precision. It's a weird combination of facts there. All right. So you're not prepared to analogize. I love the thing, the goalie leaning right or left to the particle decaying in one moment or another. You're not prepared to have your free will be a similar kind of expression.
That's right, because that's the problem, right? If you decide that free will is something where, say, we humans decide to do a thing, right? There's a whole host of events that happened before that moment that helped us to make that decision.
And there's also a number of events that lead up to the moment before the event that also influences that.
Isn't that what he just said?
No, he was talking about immediately before the event. Like,
it's okay.
Okay. So I'm saying that you can take that all the way down. You can keep slicing those layers all the way down.
Turtles all the way down.
That's right.
Turtles all the way down.
Okay. So
and there's
and there are those psychology experiments.
That's right.
Where they put probes in the brain. I'm going to mess up the details here, but the results are what I'm landing on, where they can trigger you to stand up. And
whether you want to or not.
Then you're standing up. They say, why did you stand up? And then they make up some reason for why they stood up when the neurosignatures, the neurosignals already were prompting him to stand up, and he made up a reason after the fact.
And they were, so the signals were generated externally, but you internalize it and say, oh, I stood up for this reason.
So you think you had free will to do it, when in fact it was predetermined. That's spooky.
It is.
You talked about probability and the certainty of probability. What is it? Heisenberg's
uncertainty
principle? So where does that fit in? Because you don't really...
I'm not certain about that.
Well, I didn't expect anything else.
Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, that's a great question, Gary. It actually has a little bit...
Werner Heisenberg, German physicist, once again, from 100 years ago.
Right.
Yeah.
It has a slightly different connotation because what we're saying is that we cannot measure things precisely with infinite precision. That uncertainty describes how much you don't know, no matter what. So Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is actually describing a minimum amount of uncertainty in any measurement.
Any measurement.
Not necessarily
Not
uncertainty about about what's going to
know.
happen or what's going to happen or not going to happen.
And part of that is because I can know that you're sitting here, and the measurement of that is completely sufficient for anything I might do to you or with you. But when particles are involved, which is the whole world of the quantum, if you try to measure it, the act of measuring it changes what it is you're trying to measure.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So the interaction with the particle confounds your ability to measure what that particle is doing with precision. And I think that's foundational. That's what's foundational. That was so hard to accept by classical physicists.
Well, that's hard to accept by anybody.
Any step of science going forward, whether it be classical quantum, has been hard to accept. It takes time. And we should allow ourselves that time. Don't feel like upset.
Was Max Planck, was it? Who said, no great I'm paraphrasing, no great discovery in physics gets accepted by the guard of the day. They just get old and die, and the next generation
takes their place.
Takes it on as though it has always been.
Well, the cosmological constant might be an exception to that.
I know, but he predates the cosmological constant in that quote. But anyway, go. What you got?
I'll go with the next one. George Valakis, back with the Greeks.
Hey.
From New Jersey. Can someone please tell me what a qubit is made of?
Aha!
Is it an electron stuck inside some type of magnetic box? Is it an atom with multiple electrons frozen in multiple quantum states? How is one made?
What a wonderful, wonderful question.
Thank you, George.
But let me just,
George, great
let me just
question.
preface this by saying our geek in chief, in the past year, published an entire book on quantum physics. What's the title of it?
The Handy Quantum Physics Answer Book.
There you go.
Right?
There you go.
So we're not going to answer your question. Just go buy the book.
And we can go have a beer right now. Okay?
Give that back.
Buy the man's book, and then we can all just have a beer. Okay. The Handy Quantum Physics Answer Book.
Yeah.
Man.
It's not designed to be a textbook or anything like that. It's
But that's
just,
still-
if you have Q&A, if
That's
you
a
don't know
gonads
stuff.
to put with a title like that.
Well, again, I cannot claim actually having made any of those discoveries. I was just trying to put together a little guide for people who had questions and answers, and they are
a little guide
explaining
for your quantum questions.
Yeah,
as one would have.
It'll help someone to come along and hold your hand. Just walk you along.
It's great, amazing stuff that our colleagues have done over the centuries.
Yes.
And this year being, of course, the 100th anniversary as designated by the United Nations of International Quantum Physics.
Did they declare that?
Yeah,
Very
the
nice.
International Year of Quantum
Right in the
Physics.
middle of the decade.
Yes.
The whole decade goes to quantum physics.
It's really quite amazing.
Yeah.
So a qubit actually doesn't need to have a physical form. It's a piece of information. Let me make an analogy to regular bits, okay? Bits are just pieces of information.
Right.
So, for example, if you've got a 64-bit chip in your computer, all right, all that is that it can carry or hold 64 pieces of information that are either 0 or 1. If you have a bit, it's just a piece of information, and you can store it either electronically in a chip, with a plus 5 volts or minus 5 volts or something like that. Or you could, say, store a bit of information in a QR code, which is just a square that's white or a square that's black. Or you can do a coin flip, whether it's heads or it's tails. So the bit...
With the QR code, that's the little thing we scan.
Yeah, the little scan thing with the...
Yeah. I always thought of that as like a two-dimensional barcode.
This is exactly what it is.
Yeah, because barcodes, are you white or black? And how thick is the black?
That's right.
And that's all the information.
That just
and you
was
scan
across the one dimension, right?
Yeah. So I presume because we added a dimension, the QR codes can hold way more information
with the same amount of area
than a barcode.
That's right.
Linear, yeah.
So you have QR codes that have entire web addresses on them.
Yes.
Right.
And they can be little bitty things. But in the end, it's just squares. So square that's white or square that's black, square that's white, black next to each other. And that is the information. So the bit is the information. It's not the thing that it's stored in. So, George, your question, what is a qubit really? It's a quantum bit, but it's a piece of information. And you can store it in any kind of container that quantum systems can hold this information in.
Didn't Microsoft just bring out a quantum chip
They tried,
within the last few days?
That's right. It's the very beginnings of using quantum computing in regular computing that we're used to. But they are far, far away from a true quantum computer.
Okay, you just said that it's not a thing, it's information. But
That's right.
Now tell us the difference between a traditional bit, which is a 0 or 1 or
Yes.
a black or white, and a qubit, which is a statistical
Right.
occupation
So the-
of a... So just go there.
Okay. Well, a bit is either a 0 or a 1.
Or black and a white.
Black
Yeah.
and a white.
Yeah.
Just a piece of information that is or is not.
So it's
right?
binary.
And so it's a binary piece of
Binary,
information.
thank you.
Right. The qubit is binary when you read it. But before it becomes read, it is not yet settled. So it can be somewhere between 0 and 1, and the complexity of the amount of zeroness or oneness a qubit has fluctuates and varies until such time as you read it. Right. So if you have a computer nowadays, we want to make a bit switch as quickly as possible. All right. So we want our computers to switch from 0 to 1 or 1 to 0
speed of the computer
as fast
is
as you
embedded in
can.
that, yeah.
Right. With a qubit, you might want to slow it down a little tiny bit. And while that stuff inside the qubit is settling out, it may actually be able to make calculations. You can actually ask the qubit using various electronic inputs to give you a number doing some sort of a calculation or some sort of a figuring that you could not do in real time at high speed. And because the quantum time frame is so fast, even if we slow it down, you still wind up being able to do certain calculations way faster than any classical computer can do.
Probabilistically, you're no longer bound by the binary.
Yes. During the time in between the 0 and the 1, you've got a chance to really mess with it and really gain some new knowledge that you couldn't have done before.
So the moment you read it, all that's over.
That's right.
Because probabilistically, you are now back to the binary.
That's
it either is or it is not.
That's right. And so what you're trying to do when you're creating a qubit with technology is to figure out how you can sustain that qubit, how you can make it last for a tiny fraction of a second longer than otherwise would, or what you can make that qubit do a calculation for you, which you can't watch.
Why can't I make a VR code qubit that has a grayscale in it?
Eventually you could. But right now, we don't have the technology.
Because that would be everything between the 0 and the 1.
0 and
Right.
1.
Yeah,
So-
the black and the white.
On a grayscale. That'd be amazing.
That would be awesome.
That would be amazing.
But we're not anywhere near there yet. But the technology is getting us there slowly but surely.
It's called
The
black and white
electronic
photos.
stuff.
That's all it is.
Yeah, but this is why they say, like, encryption ends when we have a quantum computer. And it's because all of those possibilities you could actually figure out, manifest it inside of that, inside of those qubits, kind of all at once.
That is very similar, yes. You have right now, the way we keep our internet connections secure is through a particular kind of algorithm or strategy. That strategy can be broken according to the theoretical calculations if you have a quantum computer.
It's an encryption.
Right. The only thing is, once that code can be broken, can we make another one that can't be broken?
That can't be broken.
Right.
Gotcha.
So there will always be this race.
So now you got quantum encryption.
That's right.
Okay.
And this and the back and forth. Those are some really interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, George, thank you for that. I think we've learned a lot from that answer. James Kovacs, hello, gents, from Detroit, Michigan.
We said it right, Detroit.
I know, I'm getting there.
He said like a black man.
But did you say Kovacs?
Detroit.
Correct.
Probably didn't say Kovacs. Kovacs, yes. Sorry if I'm mangling. So we know speed and mass cause time to slow down. In the case of speed, we know the universe's speed limit is the speed of light. You may disagree, you may not. Time stops. Altogether at the speed of light, and nothing can surpass that speed. Is there a similar mass limit? Is there a point at which you have so much mass that time stops?
Let me make first just a tiny bit of adjustment to the question.
Sure.
The assumption is that the faster you move through space, the slower you move through time. It's not that time will stop if you are moving very fast or at the speed of light, right? The speed limit.
It is relative.
Everything is relative. So that question has a little bit of a nuance to it. But to answer that basic question, is there a mass limit of objects? The answer is no. You can make an object of arbitrarily large mass in the universe, and that would be totally fine. But there is a limit, because if you have too much mass in any given location in the universe, you create a Schwarzschild radius, which is the outer boundary of a black hole.
Okay.
So the way to think about a maximum mass in the universe is to think about the maximum amount of mass that can fit inside a limited volume. Okay.
And not be a black hole.
And not be a black hole.
I was going to say, because don't black holes, isn't the idea of a singularity as unlimited volume inside of no limits on volume?
Great point. A singularity is defined as something that has no volume, but infinite density. Because it has non-zero mass. However, a black hole...
Just to be clear, so density has volume in the denominator.
Right.
And if the denominator goes to zero, you're dividing by zero.
And there you go.
There you go.
Right. And that number doesn't exist in our mathematical system.
And so now this is what I'm going to say. What y'all been lying to us all these years, man?
About what?
Y'all, everything. You just
Okay. Sorry, dude.
No, I'm joking. That's a joke.
But the situation really is that if you add more mass to an object, and it's already at its black hole mass limit, it just gets bigger. The black hole itself gets bigger. Inside the black hole's event horizon, you could have an incredibly massive object or a singularity or something like that, but we will not be able to know because information cannot pass through that event horizon, at least as far as we know now.
Yeah.
All right.
The cosmic blood-brain barrier. That's what I call it.
Excellent.
Very organic of you.
Yes. Right. But does that mean our brain is inside the barrier or outside the barrier?
It depends on who you are. All right.
That was good.
Keep it going.
Next one up comes from Raluca Alexandrescu, formerly of Bucharest, Romania, but now living in Toronto, Canada. My question is, how would we study the universe if light traveled at infinite speed? Yeah, I knew you'd like this one.
I love me some infinite speed.
Okay,
If,
So-
it goes
there's
on.
more. Okay.
There's more.
All right.
If we lived in a universe where the speed of light was infinite and we did not have the benefit of seeing back in time as we look into deep space, how would the study of the universe change? Would other laws of physics be changed if light traveled at infinite speed?
And let me tee this off, and I'm going to pass it off, pass the baton. If the speed of light were infinite, we would know nothing about the history of the universe.
Because we couldn't.
Okay, we would. The Big Bang would be forever lost in time because there's no time lag from things that happened 14, 13 billion years ago. That we need the finite speed of light to know anything about our past. It would be like in geology, where anything just got in sedimentary rock, it just dissolved or disappeared and removed all record of anything that had happened before.
So the universe wants
sad
us.
universe.
The universe wants us to know.
Wow. Look at that.
This is deep in. You got your white robe on here.
Yes.
This is very.
I'm not actually sat in this chair. I'm actually levitating just a bit out of this seat.
So that would be sad to me if we lose all of that knowledge and information. Charles, you have any other insights here?
I don't know how sad it would be. It would be different, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Our ability to tell time would be essentially wiped out. That's what Neil is saying, and that's kind of a trouble.
Well, tell history time.
Yeah, right.
I can know it's 2 PM. I could know that.
The causal time gets messed up.
But
right?
it's just
Because
us as a species that registered the concept of time?
Not at all. We know that there are many species that can tell difference between day and night, for example.
Yes.
Right? And they actually age and they know when to spawn and when to come back to the stream. So they do measure time, but not in the way that we understand it as ticking and so forth, right? But clocks here on Earth, if the speed of light were infinite, would also run funny. There would be a ability to see things that are happening, but the way that we measure them is dependent on how fast that information gets around the universe. So there's lots of interesting, cool results. I don't know if they'd be sad, but it certainly would be very, very different. But I'm going to focus on something that's a slightly different, and I got to give credit to our former colleague Ken Croswell.
I remember.
Yeah, Ken Croswell was wound up writing a number of books about astronomy. Also, a very, very talented astronomer. He wrote a very good insight that I saw in one of his books, and that is, if the speed of light were infinite, night would always be day.
Good point.
Because the light from distant parts of the universe would get to us immediately, as well as stuff close to us. As a result, every single spot in the sky would be covered somewhere by a star. Right? So all the lines of sight in the universe would be brightly lit. And so we would never have a sky that we could look at night and see what's out there. So that's the most fundamental difference in our study of the universe.
But wouldn't an expanding universe still dilute the light, even if it traveled infinite?
If the expansion rate is finite and the speed of light is infinite, then it doesn't matter.
Doesn't
catch it.
Right. It will never catch
Can't
up.
win.
That's right.
That's right. So there would be no night.
Light outraces everything all the time.
If it were infinite, that would be it.
And if memory serves, the fine structure constant has the speed of light in it.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you lot. What?
It's okay. So the universe has among its several constants, speed of light is one of them.
Right.
Some constants are combinations of other constants.
So the fine structure constant.
It gives us information about the formation of energy levels inside of atoms.
Okay.
And so if that were infinite, what does that mean?
All right, we got to do an explainer on the fine structure
But we have to bring Geek in Chief back for that.
Well, it actually has a really interesting history because for a period of time in the history of quantum physics, the fine structure constant was measured to be exactly 1 divided by 137. And no one knew why 137 was this magic number. And today we know that that was actually an approximation. It's off by a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction. But that's something fun to talk about in the future and about the advancement of history and how we tried to create ideas.
Isn't it 1 over 137.16 or something?
0.00 blah, blah,
Oh,
blah.
it is that clean.
It's very, very
flat
close.
in there. Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right, so that's another thing. So it could mess with other stuff as well.
Okay.
Because the speed of light shows up in our calculations.
Right.
And if it's infinite, what does that do to the calculations? And our understanding of what's going on.
I see what you're saying. You change everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's so wild.
Just
You
saying.
You're blowing stuff up now.
Yeah, you really have to.
You blow up the system.
Oh my God, that's right.
And it almost doesn't even mean anything to say the speed of light is the limit.
Right.
Because if it's infinite, relativity doesn't even make sense.
That's no longer relative.
Albert Einstein's theories are not useful.
It's no longer relative.
No longer relative.
That's right.
Right, and simultaneity would be real.
Mm-hmm. You
Things
actually
can
would have
happen
things happen exactly
simultaneously.
at the
We could
same
all
time.
experience it.
Wow.
We've just put the notes
It's
down
good
for
stuff,
a
right?
screenplay
Yeah.
for another movie.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What
It's kind of fun though to think of the whole
speed of
universe
light were
bathed
infinite.
in light, though.
Yeah.
The
it
entire
is.
universe would
Well, we
just
kind of
be
already are, but it would be more intense than your.
it would just be.
Yeah. You're right. That's a screenplay that we got to work on.
Yeah. That's ours.
Let's
Hands
start
off.
tomorrow.
You know who I'm talking to.
So Gary,
All right,
couple minutes left.
All right, Mahawi Gerezia. Apologies if it's mispronounced. Time is impacted by
Chuck never
extreme.
apologizes when he mispronounces.
Because it's a
Mahawi's-
privilege to have me mispronounce your name. Better be happy I even said it. Anyway, go ahead.
Mahawi's from Dallas, Texas. Time is impacted by extreme gravity, like with a black hole, and extreme speeds. Do these things have something in common? For example, is the extreme gravity really just making things move faster, and that's why they both impact time?
I think the question you're asking is indeed answerable thanks to Albert Einstein.
Well, just set it up again. So two things can slow down time. The strength of your gravity field and how fast you're moving.
That's right.
Relative to observer.
That's right.
Yeah. So they feel different, but are they different?
The thing is, they're not actually slowing time for the whole universe.
Right.
It's just slowing the amount of time or the rate at which time is being experienced by the object that is either moving very quickly or the object that is in a gravitational field.
Because time is the same for the observer.
That's right. So
In both cases.
In both cases.
So in fact, what's going on is the effect is on space-time. It's that gravity affects space-time in such a way that if you're in a gravitational field, you experience time more slowly than if you were not in that field. So you have the same effect if you're moving faster. You experience time more slowly. But the effect is not on you as the object or on time as the dimension.
Right.
The effect is on space-time overall. And
Which
Albert
is
Einstein,
why it literally slows down in the measurement, okay, which is why, if I get this right, please help me out. Particles actually decay slower as they approach the speed of light.
Yes.
So it's not the perception of time, it is a literal slowing down for the object that is approaching the speed of light.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. It
And
was
so
So space-time.
I like your angle on that because what that even says is it's not even what's happening inside you. It is your place.
Yes.
In the space-time
It is your
continuum.
location that
Your
makes the
location.
difference, and the rate that you're changing out of that location, otherwise known as speed. Right.
That's crazy.
But yes, your statement about the decay of particles was actually one of the most important confirmations, experiments that was
relativity.
done to prove that the special theory of relativity was correct.
Yeah, because a particle has an expected decay time.
Right.
And very precisely measured. You accelerate that puppy, takes longer to decay.
Yeah.
Right.
Something happened inside
Something
there.
happening.
Yep.
Yep.
And a fun fact is we've said this before, but now it has foundational context. Our GPS satellites are not on Earth's surface with us. We're in a higher gravitational field than the GPS satellites.
Right.
So that has their time tick faster. However, they're also fast in orbit, which would have their time tick slower. It turns out the gravitation happen inside
Something
there.
happening.
Yep.
Important confirmations, experiments that was
relativity.
done to prove that the special theory of relativity was correct.
Yeah, because a particle has an expected decay time.
Right.
And very precisely measured. You accelerate that puppy, takes longer to decay.
Yeah.
Right.
Something happened inside
Something
there.
happening.
Yep.
Yep.
And a fun fact is we've said this before, but now it has foundational context. Our GPS satellites are not on Earth's surface with us. We're in a higher gravitational field than the GPS satellites.
Right.
So that has their time tick faster. However, they're also fast in orbit, which would have their time tick slower. It turns out the gravitational well is a stronger effect on the time reckoning
than the speed itself.
Than the speed.
Okay.
And so that in fact, GPS time is ahead of us, and it has to correct with Einstein's relativity before it sends to the cell phone towers. So we have the time that is our space-time, the surface of the Earth, not its space-time up in
there.
middle Earth orbit.
Wow.
Without regular.
And is that an adjustment between the speed and the gravity well?
Yeah, they calculate. We got top people.
We got people?
I got people.
All right. That's good to
I
know.
got people.
Yeah.
Hey, Harry, listen. Something's wrong with your calculations, man.
Neil, just for future reference, middle Earth orbit is what you go around like orcs and dwarves and, and mountains.
What about second breakfast?
Yes.
Medium orbit. Medium Earth orbit
What'd I
is what
say?
you get.
Middle
Earth orbit.
I think middle's better. I'm sorry. I like it when I hear people say middle Earth orbit instead of medium Earth orbit.
Well, the middle Earth orbit is reserved for the Hobbit Space Telescope.
Oh, good one.
I like what you did there, Chuck. I got to tell you.
Okay, so I have to say medium? Or
No.
It would be better.
I'll just say Mio. There's Leo and Mio.
Mio.
It's
Mio
covered.
because it's Leo, Mio, and Geo.
Leo,
So
Mio, and
Leo,
Geo.
Mio, and
I knew
Geo.
you'd
so
get there
Mio.
soon enough. I knew you'd cover it.
That's the triplets.
Here's why I don't have a
If I had
problem
3
with
kids and they're triplets, I call Leo, Mio, and Geo.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
I would totally call them that.
I would call them Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
That's too old.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, those are the chipmunks.
Yeah.
Huey,
No,
Dewey,
no,
and
no,
Louie.
no.
I would call
Those were the ducks.
I would call them Dewey,
Yeah.
Cheatham, and Hal.
All right.
Law firm.
We got one.
Last question.
Okay,
right.
one more. Okay,
Here we
this from
go.
Doug D in Danbury, Connecticut. What do you think about
Who's this?
Doug D from Danbury in Connecticut?
Doug D from Danbury.
What do you think of the grabby aliens theory? Is it similar to the Dark Forest Fermi paradox solution as depicted in the 3-body problem books? Do you think it's just one example of an opportunity for speculation?
Grabby aliens? What is that?
What a great question to end this episode on.
I knew you'd like it.
The concept of the grabby alien. First of all, just to
I've never
clarify
heard of
for
this.
everybody, right?
Well, then you're gonna learn
Grabby
something.
is a word that was invented for precisely this. Grabby, as in aliens that want to grab things, not crabby aliens. Okay, and actually they invented the word grabby. The people who sort of are trying to talk about this, so that they would not ascribe any kind of emotion or ethics or morals to these aliens. It's just that they have a tendency to want to expand, and wherever they go, they tend to want to take things, natural
they're
resources.
Here we go again.
If you,
That's the So colonization has one sentence. Is that yours? It's mine now. Okay, that's colonization.
there is a colonial, imperial kind of connotation to this, right?
course.
Because what do we say when we want to go live somewhere else? We colonize Mars, right? That's actually not what we would want to do in a moral environment or an ethical environment. We might want to live there. We might want to visit or explore or be immigrants or something like that, but we wouldn't want to colonize them. But the point of grabby aliens is that they don't ascribe that kind of, say, imperialistic or colonialistic kind of idea.
It's just in their native.
This is in the nature of, say, human species. If we go somewhere, we want to take a look and see what's there and use it and improve our society or improve our lives. Grabby aliens are a version of the kind of aliens that would, for example, if they show up, take advantage of their environment and improve themselves as a result of it. Okay? That would mean that if your civilization actually interacted with a grabby alien civilization, you would have very little time between the time you found them and the time they showed up and took all your natural resources. Okay? So the interaction between grabby aliens and non-grabby aliens becomes a very interesting dynamic of science. Should we, as a species, attempt to be grabby, in other words, be open to the universe, send out explorers and pods and then establish ourselves as being, say, a dominant species in this part of the universe? Or should we hide ourselves and be quiet and not let other aliens who are grabby find us and take our natural
Let me tell you
resources
something.
from
If a
us?
grabby alien showed up here, I'm kicking its ass.
That would be nice, except most likely the grabby aliens that showed up would have superior technology to us.
Now, you
I'm
know
still
what's
kicking their
wonderful is it's there's a movie.
As long as they have one.
What's great about what you're talking about?
Where's your ass?
So the 3-body problem books and now TV shows
Yeah.
and so forth,
Series,
are
yes.
describing a scenario where they are so afraid, humans and other species, of being detected by other aliens that they hide themselves. And the moment that they're detected, it's not that grabby aliens are come and take their stuff, is that actually vicious, devastating, angry aliens want to remove them immediately from a threat. So instead of trying to exploit them, they will wipe them out.
Preemptively.
So, yes. So it's not exactly, without spoiling the series, it's not exactly the same thing as the three-body problem.
As of now, there's only one season posted, right?
But without spoiling anything, the basic point is watch this and you can see
read the
one
whole
idea.
series?
Well,
He has ways.
that's another time.
He has ways.
It's best to think about how alien civilizations interact with one another from the sense of should we be quiet or should we be loud?
Right.
And grabbiness is just one aspect.
Here's
of
another
those things.
great movie on this subject, but completely the antithesis of what you said, and that's District 9, where they are super advanced and they come here and we're the grabbies.
Yes.
Without even, we never left home and we're still like total a-holes.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So cool. I learned something. I never heard about grabby aliens.
It's fun.
I'm just aliens. You come down and kick your ass. You ain't taking my stuff.
I have no problem with grabby aliens.
If actually, just as a little plug.
Sometimes you have to grab them by the alien. They let you. They let you do it. They let you do it.
There are some very good YouTube videos about grabby aliens. Not that kind of grabby aliens, but generally grabby types of aliens. Okay. And so I would find
a philosophical point.
Yes.
For
you can find lots of discussions
motivations
on them.
of species.
I think there's a
and the like.
channel called Rational Animations that has a whole series of them. But just look.
So Charles, thank you for illuminating.
It is always a pleasure. I love being here with you guys. Such great questions.
Aren't they fabulous?
Congratulations
Thank
for
you.
you guys for having such
Geek in
amazing
Chief.
audiences.
There it is. So it's got me thinking if I might offer a perspective on this, especially that last question. Quantum physics, we're reminded that we can measure things, but we don't know what is really going on. That frustrates so many of us. And maybe aliens would know. Are they more advanced? And if they are, they probably do. Maybe they have access to higher dimensions. Grabby aliens, that I'm going to kick their ass if they come down here. But I can tell you this, that if aliens are grabby, and that is a feature of them all, that is a self-limiting property of their behavior. Because a grabby alien wants to grab everything they see. And if they grab everything they see, that is the spread of the grabby aliens. And then they want to grab the same thing as each other, as one another. And they would then have wars, wouldn't they? Because some other part of their grabby aliens grabbed something that the other grabby people wanted, and now it's not available for them anymore. If it's so fundamentally part of their inner soul, of their inner source of exploration and discovery. So it seems to me, grabby alien scenario would implode just the same way the European colonization scenario imploded, where you had the Dutch and the British and the French and the Spanish and everybody trying to claim land on Earth's surface, and there's a finite amount of land on Earth's surface. Eventually, they start fighting each other. So I don't see grabby aliens as a stable future of the universe. But I'm still kicking the ass if they come.
All right.
That is a cosmic perspective. It's a badass cosmic perspective. This has been special edition.
Yeah, man.
Dude, thank you for putting this together.
Oh, you're welcome, and thank you for our audience. They're just brilliant with their questions.
And Geek in Chief, we're going to follow up on your quantum insights. We're going to all get your book. Give me the title again.
The Handy Quantum Physics Answer
You
Book.
can't want more than a title like that. Come on now. Right. Chuck, good to have you, man.
Always a pleasure.
Always. This has been
am. I'm in a very small cabin on a cruise right now. So I'm on tour right now. I'm doing some lovely theatre shows with Sarah Millican, who's a fantastic UK comic, and I'm doing some headline spots off the back of that. And then in between those, I'm on a boat. So
Heck, on a boat. Well, that's why not? You know what we talk about today? It's a cosmic queries. We're catching up with the search for alien intelligence. Ooh. We should do at least 2 of these a year because that's what the public's appetite surely wants. And there's so much misinformation or speculative information, and I think our audience expects us to at least anchor what's going on. And that's definitely what we intend to do today. We're reaching into the depths of the search for alien life and finding an old colleague of mine from way back, one of the founders of the SETI Institute, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and that would be none other than Jill Tarter. Jill, welcome back to Star Talk.
Well, hi, Neil. It's great to talk with you again.
Not many people know that you cut your teeth studying stars, correct? You're a co-discoverer of just remind us of that.
My thesis was about what I call brown dwarfs, stars that are too low mass to stably fuse hydrogen at their cores.
Don't we just call those planets?
No, these are a little different. They're a bit more massive than Jupiter. And I was trying to figure out, because I wanted to go looking for them. We thought at that time that a problem that we had that we called the missing mass, where the mass of the galaxy that we inferred from dynamical motions of the stars differed from the mass that we calculated when we added up all the individual masses of clouds of gas and stars. And so there was this missing mass. And I thought that stars that were too small to fuse hydrogen and burn normally might be what could explain that missing mass. And so
It could be hidden in those objects. Yeah.
Yes. And the thing was, I tried to put an atmosphere on my model of the star so that I could tell what the temperature or the color of that star would be to help observers go looking for them. And I couldn't do it. It was, so I couldn't get a color, and I called them brown dwarfs. To Edmund Land, brown is not a color. So they're brown dwarfs, and it took us 25 years to find the first one. But now we know they're very plentiful.
So who would have thought that there was an entire category of object living there between the highest mass planets and the lowest mass stars? It's easy to just discounted that as it's a fuzzy boundary. Remind us what got you interested in aliens.
It was a very fortunate accident. When I was doing my thesis, I learned how to program the first computer that we ever had on our desktop. Now, it took 2 people to get the computer up on the desktop, but once it was there, it was ours, right? And so you had to, there was no language, nothing like Fortran or anything like that. You had to program each step in octal, right? So you had to set all the ones and zeros by hand. And I learned that skill. I thought,
this sounds like Logan Paul just wanted CoffeeZilla to like it. That he was out there searching for the validation for CoffeeZilla. Logan, here's my advice to you and to all others on the internet looking for validation of others on the internet. You don't need their validation.
CoffeeZilla, yes, he has a lot of YouTube subscribers. I mean, I'm sure he makes money. You know, I'm sure he does fine. He's not anywhere near the capacity of his opponent. I mean, his opponent has an unlimited war chest to come at him and could essentially use this suit to drive him off the internet. We're not going to let that.
Guys, we've got a massive update on Logan Paul. Lately, most people haven't really been talking about the CryptoZoo scam or the defamation lawsuit he filed against CoffeeZilla. But now, Logan is making a new move. He's trying to fully silence CoffeeZilla. Yes, you heard that right. Logan Paul is now using all his money, all his influence, and looking for every loophole to shut CoffeeZilla down. The goal? To make him completely silent on this mess. And CoffeeZilla is left facing the risk of losing the defamation case against Logan. But here's the crazy part. Logan thought he could just silence CoffeeZilla. And what actually happened? One of the biggest backfires we've ever seen on YouTube. Think about it. How can someone like Logan, with all his fame, all his money, and millions of followers, still fail to shut down one guy with just a mic and a camera? That's exactly what we're breaking down today. Everyone knows about Logan Paul's CryptoZoo project by now, the so-called fun game where people were supposed to buy eggs, hatch animals, and somehow make money. But instead of a game, it turned into one of the most infamous crypto scams we've seen. Investors lost money, trust was broken, and Logan kept brushing it off. A lot of people lost all their money.
How much did you guys make from CryptoZoo?
I lost around $50,000 in CryptoZoo.
I lost $40,000.
I lost around 15,000 US dollars.
I lost $25,000.
But guys, here I want to say something. I really don't understand why so many people actually got scammed by Logan Paul. I know Logan Paul is a shady man, greedy, and ready to scam people. But should the victims not be aware of all of it? Literally, they actually deserve what they faced. If they weren't caught up in Logan Paul's greed, maybe none of this would have happened. Just as an example, see Prime Hydration. Logan Paul's drink was proven to have harmful chemicals and ingredients, and even New York senators said to refuse it. But until now, most people actually support Prime Hydration and all Logan Paul's products. So these people, if actually scammed by Logan Paul, I think they actually deserve it. What do you think? Let me know. So, back to the point. After CoffeeZilla exposed everything about Logan Paul, comes CoffeeZilla, the guy who digs through every shady detail. He dropped his investigation, and let's be honest, Logan's image started to crumble.
And it wasn't just the NFTs they bought either. The Zoo token also skyrocketed in value, reaching a $2 billion market.
Now here's where things get interesting. Instead of admitting fault, Logan decided to go after CoffeeZilla. He accused him of spreading lies, threatened legal action, and even tried to discredit the investigation publicly.
Enforcement in the past, but his work was described as not anchored to truth and often speculative. He is a lopsided journalist with an agenda, and he's nothing more than the Keemstar of crypto and finance.
Can you just imagine how shady Logan Paul can be? He'll do anything for his own profit. He'll file false lawsuits against anyone just to make money, and even try to free himself from consequences. That's how shady Logan Paul actually is. Everyone knows it, guys. What do you think about that? Let me know. Basically, Logan's entire defense was, if I shout loud enough and flex my power, maybe CoffeeZilla will shut up. But the opposite happened. CoffeeZilla stood his ground. He had receipts, interviews, and cold hard facts. And the more Logan pushed, the worse he looked. As you know, Logan Paul filed a defamation case against CoffeeZilla, claiming he was disrespecting him to earn money and fame. But we all know the truth. Logan did this to hide his own actions and blame others to escape consequences. Even legal experts watching this situation are concerned about Logan's mindset and how he's handling it.
This sounds like Logan Paul just wanted CoffeeZilla to like him. That he was out there searching for the validation for CoffeeZilla. Logan, here's my advice to you and to all others on the internet looking for validation of others on the internet. You don't need their validation. You don't need their validation, right?
to stop CoffeeZilla from the very beginning. Yes, Logan Paul actually tried to stop CoffeeZilla most of the time. Even most of the creators and legal experts are concerned about this issue, and they've been noticing it for a long time.
That Paul brought this case in part to seek revenge on CoffeeZilla for outing Paul, and that Paul basically is just doing this to ruin CoffeeZilla's life. But another reason is because CoffeeZilla says that Logan Paul is abusing the legal system by trying to get around limitations set on the class action case by doing things in this case.
But did Logan Paul stop there? Remember, even before this, he was trying to make the situation worse for CoffeeZilla, hoping to destroy him financially. CoffeeZilla's own lawyer even admitted what Logan Paul was actually trying to do.
This case really presents a David and Goliath type problem. You look at somebody like CoffeeZilla, yes, he has a lot of YouTube subscribers. I mean, I'm sure he makes money. You know, I'm sure he does fine. He's not anywhere near the capacity of his opponent. I mean, his opponent has an unlimited war chest to come at him and could essentially use this suit to drive him off the internet. We're not going to let that happen.
I completely agree. The lawyer of CoffeeZilla is right. Logan is now trying to escape by using his money. He's literally trying to get away with his money power. And since he can cause trouble for others with money, that's his strongest zone. I know Logan Paul is losing money every day, but his net worth is still around 150 million right now. So he actually knows that if he somehow gets away from this with money, he will go on to scam more people. So Logan Paul can actually do anything. He literally tried to make CoffeeZilla weak in the case so that his CryptoZoo scam allegations could be hidden from everyone. Now, where's the proof that Logan Paul can do anything? The truth is, Logan Paul can do anything, at any time, with any kind of mindset to escape consequences. And there's plenty of proof showing that. When BBC wanted Logan Paul's statement regarding the scam claims and issues, Logan Paul crossed all the lines when he sent his lookalike and trolled BBC.
There's a strange atmosphere in the room, and a suspicious amount of Logan's own cameras pointed at us. All of a sudden, it becomes clear why.
What's up, dude? How's it going? Thanks. Matt, sorry, I'm tired.
The lookalike is clearly nervous, so I'm keen to see how he responds to questions.
Look, you're one of the most famous people, by many metrics, in the world. What on earth does that feel like? Feels good, bud.
Imagine how disrespectful it is to be invited and permitted to give an interview with the BBC, have them flown all the way from England to Puerto Rico, and then send your lookalike to insult and disrespect the journalists. These journalists traveled that far just to hear the real truth directly from Logan Paul. If you hide like a coward, it only shows you're guilty and don't have the guts to accept or defend the truth.
The real Logan Paul looks very different. Did you come all over here to ask about how I look?
How scared does a person have to be to send his lookalike instead of showing up himself? And not just that, he went as far as trolling the news channel, and later even sent a warning through his lawyer threatening to sue the BBC if they published anything about the allegations. That just proves Logan Paul is guilty and doesn't have the guts to come forward and defend himself. And it doesn't stop there. Whenever someone calls him out on these allegations, he tries to bully them and threaten them with lawsuits. Just like he threatened MMA fighter Dylan Dennis, who called him out for betting $1 million on his fight, while still failing to pay back the people he scammed and had promised $1.8 million in compensation. And this is what blows my mind. How can anyone defend that? How can you defend a millionaire who takes people's money, then tries to silence the one person exposing him? It's the classic playbook. Instead of fixing the scam, he tried to bury the truth. But here's the reality. You can't silence facts, and you can't silence the internet. Logan underestimated CoffeeZilla, and that was his biggest mistake. In the end, Logan was the one who had to backtrack. He even had to publicly apologize after the pressure kept building. Imagine that. The so-called powerful YouTuber forced into a corner by a single commentator. That's not just a win for CoffeeZilla, that's a win for every victim of CryptoZoo who just wanted justice. So what do you guys think? Was Logan really trying to silence CoffeeZilla, or was this just damage control gone wrong? Let me know in the comment. I want to hear your take. And as always, if you're new here, 1 like and 1 subscribe can help me keep exposing these insane stories and
Guys, Chrissy's getting kicked out. I'm kicking her out, guys.
And her mother's here to help.
She called the cops.
Like, look, my house is probably right there.
Guys, we got some big updates on Jack Doherty. After breaking up with McKinley a few months ago, Jack Doherty just got another girlfriend named Christy Sansone. But right now, news is coming out that Jack Doherty has been brutally cheating on her, and they are breaking up. The reason behind their breakup is that from the time they got together, Jack Doherty never really paid attention to her. Jack's motive was always to make money out of her, but many media outlets and personalities are saying Jack Doherty hasn't been able to make his current relationship with Christy Sansone profitable like he used to with McKinley Richards. Richardson. So, as a businessman, we know Jack Doherty, and right now he has openly started cheating on his current girlfriend. For example, in this recent video, you can see Jack Doherty giving his former girlfriend McKinley's friend Mitchell a brand new BMW car. But when his own girlfriend asked him for only $300, Jack Doherty started fighting with Christy.
All right, guys, today's a big day. We literally got Michelle a BMW. We're about to surprise her with it. See, I've known my friend Michelle longer than almost anyone. So for her birthday, I had to get her a good surprise because she really deserves it.
Did you see that? Why would any girl want to be with someone who disrespects her like that? Jack can spend money on other girls, like giving away a luxury car to Mitchell just like that, but then he fights with Christy over $300.
You gotta have him pay for all your shit now.
Why
I can't.
do you even come?
Well, why are you asking me for $300? She admitted to it in 4K. She's like, well, Poppy's taking a yacht after because.
See, this is what I was talking about. And if you think that's it, hold on. Let me show you another video that will make your blood boil. You'll say that if you were in Christy's place, you would have slapped Jack Doherty and left him forever. In this clip, Jack Doherty insults Christy in front of his own mother, saying she is using him for his money.
Entitled girl is using you for money. Christy's mom, what do you have to say about that, huh?
I don't believe she's using you for money.
Yeah, I mean, I've only spent, 10 racks on those, pay her rent and everything else, right?
Yeah.
Guys, anyone watching this video until now, can you tell me why and how a person can stay with someone who disrespected her so brutally as a girlfriend? Don't you think she should leave him? Let me know your point of view. Why do you think she is still with Jack Doherty after so much humiliation? I'd really like to know what you think. And lastly, this one incident pushed Christy to the point where she had enough of Jack Doherty's endless cheating. Just watch this video of how Jack Doherty is behaving with other girls at the club. I can promise you, if Jack Doherty and Christy's relationship was real, there is no way she could have allowed or accepted Jack doing things like this with other women.
Everything.
And Twitter.
What are you?
What?
What are you on?
I am on
I honestly thought Christy was really in love with Jack Doherty, but after seeing how she just lets him freely act like this, it raises a serious question. Is Jack Doherty using her for money, or is she with Jack Doherty for money? If anyone knows the answer, let me know in the comments. But after seeing how she just lets him freely act like this, it raises a serious question. Is Jack Doherty using her for money, or is she with Jack Doherty for money? If anyone knows the answer, let me know in the comments. And don't get it twisted, this isn't the first time. From the beginning of their so-called love story, Christy was always more interested in expensive gifts, lavish vacations, and Jack Doherty's credit card than in Jack himself. For example, here's a video from when they first started dating. Christy shamelessly asked Jack for his credit card.
Just give me your card.
Yeah? You want my card? Jack, should I give her my card? That's a bold statement, huh? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, card it is. Here you go.
Did you see that? Jack was literally shocked, thinking for a second, wait, is Christy here for me, or just like McKinley, is she here to eat my money? And here's something that's a little off topic but important. For maybe the first time in their lives, the Island Boys actually raised a valid question and tried to expose Christy. They asked her if she would ever date Jack Doherty if he was just a regular worker at McDonald's. And her reply, it gave the clearest answer possible.
But if he made $400,000 a year, that's still a good amount of money.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's not like you're saying 50K.
It's not what she's saying. Like, that doesn't mean anything, Chrissy.
Like, what if he was a McDonald's worker? How about that?
No, because I know my worth. I shouldn't be with a McDonald's worker.
Did you see that? This girl is 100% after Jack Doherty's money. That's the only reason she doesn't care what he does or how much he humiliates her. She only cares about his money. And the most shocking part is that even Jack Doherty himself knows exactly why she's with him. He knows she's using him for his money. But here's the brutal truth. Jack Doherty is also using her. Because even Jack Doherty said later on in that video, after his girlfriend replied, he admitted that if he had no money left, no girl would stay with him.
Well, I think if I lost everything, I don't think any of the girls I've ever been with in the past, any girl ever I've ever talked to would be with me.
This just proves how Jack actually uses money to attract or keep girls, treating them like a money-making machine. There's nothing more to it. He just wants to earn by selling his reputation. Let's not forget what Jack's real business is right now. His main hustle is managing girls for OnlyFans, and Christy is nothing more than a pawn in that business. Jack keeps her around so she can be the face, so he can make money through her, and so he can lure in other girls into his schemes. In my opinion, that's straight up exploitation, and it needs to be investigated immediately. Jack Doherty is not just playing with emotions here. He's harming society for his own profit. Just look back at how he forced his previous girlfriend, McKinley Richardson, into doing OnlyFans against her will.
The relationship was real. We were talking for 6 months before I even showed my face on camera, and I didn't have an OnlyFans or anything. I actually didn't want to do it. I was so against it. It was against everything that I was, raised with, and it just really bothered me, but he told me he'd send me back home if I didn't, so I did it.
Did you see that? And this isn't even the first time. Jack Doherty and his friends have already been caught trying to pressure underage girls into joining his agency.
The fact that they're trying to get a girl to make an OnlyFans, like
We don't want you. No one wants to buy our OnlyFans. I'm just saying, like, you might as well. Like, we're just putting it out there.
We're not worried about her being 18. We focus more.
This isn't the first time this claim has come up. Multiple times, people have said that Jack Doherty tries to involve underage girls in his agency.
Doherty? Bro, you know he was texting Piper and like asking her like if she's setting up. He said, I could make you double the.
Jack Doherty, I'm good, man. I don't need any.
Oh, yeah.
Again.
Wait, what?
Again.
At one point, CPS even came to Jack Doherty's house to investigate.
Allegations. Abuse. Like, I'm abusing my.
This is not just some random influencer drama anymore. This is dangerous. This is a man using his money, influence, and platform to manipulate and exploit women, even underage girls. And people are just sitting back, laughing, and letting it slide. This is the time to speak up. Jack Doherty needs to be investigated, exposed, and held accountable. Because if we don't stop people like him now, they'll grow into the next Epstein or P. Diddy. Predators who destroy lives while the world turns a blind eye. Catch him before he becomes like them. Don't let someone like Jack Doherty continue ruining people's lives. Now, they'll grow into the next Epstein or P. Diddy. Predators who destroy lives while the world turns a blind eye. Catch him before he becomes like them. Don't let someone like Jack Doherty continue ruining people's lives for money. If society keeps ignoring this, the damage will only get bigger, and more innocent girls will pay the price. Jack Doherty isn't just toxic, he's a danger, and the world needs to treat him like one. And after all this, Jack Doherty can no longer afford his girlfriend, and now he is kicking her out of the home and openly disrespecting her by comparing her with others.
Getting kicked out. I'm kicking her out, guys.
And her mother's here to help.
She called the cops.
Christy's mom. Let's go.
I'm coming.
Come on, who's better, you or Christy?
You know who's better.
Did you see that? Really, how shameful can a person be? Jack Doherty is literally saying who is better, Christy or her mom. He's basically indirectly saying that both of them look like trash to him while they're all drinking at Jack's house and living off his expenses. After this level of humiliation, how can anyone stay with Jack Doherty? The kind of person Jack is, he only understands one language. Money. No matter how many times you try to convince him, Jack Doherty will never understand.
Universe, like, what do you believe in?
Yeah, I believe in God.
You can say, hey guys, you know what? Let's scratch the contract. You guys go do what you guys need to do if you want to continue or you don't continue. But these are blood money, and I don't want my hands to be a part of it anymore.
That was just stressing the out. I'll be like, God damn, like all these bills are adding up.
But now, after losing everything and getting banned from Kick, Jack Doherty is going full on into the OnlyFans business. And this is what's truly dangerous. If legal authorities don't pay attention, Jack Doherty can cross all the lines and do something that won't be good for anyone. So before something terrible happens, don't you think Jack Doherty should be investigated or held accountable? Or do you think the law is only for the poor, and people like Jack Doherty who have money will always stay free and keep spreading the wrong things in society? Let me know in the comments. I'd really like to know your point of view.
organic matter they pumped into the ground for 50 million years created the foundation that trees needed to grow. They basically prepared the earth for their own replacement. It's the most accidental genius thing in evolutionary history. Those forests that wiped them out became the ecosystems that supported the first amphibians crawling onto land. Those amphibians became reptiles. Reptiles became dinosaurs and mammals. Mammals eventually became us. The entire chain of events that led to complex life on Earth started when trees figured out how to kill giant mushrooms. Fungi didn't disappear, they just got smarter about it. Today, the largest living organism on the planet is still a fungus. The honey fungus in Oregon covers over 2,000 acres underground. It's massive, it's just invisible. Modern fungi learned the lesson prototaxites never did. Stay hidden, stay small above ground, and dominate from below. Every forest you've ever walked through is secretly run by fungal networks. They connect tree roots, trade nutrients, and basically operate the internet of the woods. Prototaxites was doing all of this 400 million years ago. They just made the mistake of being obvious about it. And the really, really wild part, we almost lived in the mushroom timeline. If plants had evolved differently, if the climate hadn't changed just right, if any number of tiny factors had gone another way, giant fungi might still rule the world. You could be looking up at 30-foot mushroom towers instead of oak trees right now. But they lost, and their loss gave us everything. The forest that produces our oxygen, the coal deposits we dig up for energy, the diverse landscapes that make Earth interesting instead of just weird. All of it traces back to the moment when plants finally grew tall enough to cast shadows on the world's first skyscrapers. Prototaxites ruled Earth longer than humans have even existed as a species. 50 million years of unchallenged dominance. And all it took was some plants figuring out wood to end their entire empire. Evolution doesn't care about your track record, it just cares about progress. The age of mushroom towers was finally over. The age of everything else began when they fell. It makes you think though, what will happen after the age of humans are over? Are we just setting the Earth up for the next dominant species? Well, if you look at the history of evolution, it would suggest so. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel for more videos about prehistory, dinosaurs, and all that sort of stuff. And if you want to watch another one of my videos, you should click the video on screen now.
Stretching from Europe to the Pacific, Russia is impossible to miss on a map. But here's what your atlas won't tell you. Russia is actually two countries, occupying two different and very distinct spaces. Head far enough east and it turns into a ghost country. Russia's borders are familiar to everyone, but there's one invisible boundary that goes unmarked. Take a look right here. These are the Ural Mountains. They stretch over 1,500 miles, 2,400 kilometers from the Arctic Ocean to the Caspian Sea, and they divide one Russia from another. 77% of Russian territory is east of this line, but it's the polar opposite when it comes to the people. Only 25% of Russia's people live in this vast, forbidding land. And that number is declining. It doesn't need to be that way. In fact, it probably shouldn't be that way, but it is. And here's why. We know what you're thinking. It's all because of the weather, right? Well, you're not completely wrong. The climate makes life out here pretty difficult. The average daily high temperature for the year is 35.6 degrees Fahrenheit, 2 degrees Celsius. But remember, that's only the average. Siberia is a place of extremes. Take this town. It's Oymyakon in Russia's far eastern Sakha Republic. It's the coldest permanently inhabited town in the world, with the thermometer reaching a record low of 90 degrees Fahrenheit below zero, negative 67.7 Celsius. The people here are so hardy that schools are only closed when the temperature plunges below negative 67 degrees Fahrenheit, 55 below Celsius. And you thought your snow days were rough. Only Antarctica gets colder than Siberia's harshest days. Let's be honest, it's probably not on your bucket list of places to live. But here's a question. Would you rather get rich in a harsh environment or stay poor somewhere comfortable? Because Siberia is and always has been the key to Russia's future. Russia has always been a country of deep contradictions. That neat line through the Urals is just one of them. At the start of 2025, its economy was the world's 11th largest, with a nominal GDP of $2.2 trillion and a 2024 GDP per capita of $14,900, according to the World Bank. That total GDP is smaller than the likes of Italy and Brazil, while its GDP per capita is lower than Costa Rica's. But it shouldn't be like that. Russia is sitting on so much buried treasure, it would make old explorers and pirates think they'd died and gone to heaven. When it comes to natural resources, Russia is the undisputed champion of the world. It has an estimated $75 trillion worth of resources it can tap. That far exceeds any other country, even the United States, which comes in a distant second place with $45 trillion. And if you think that these resources are limited to the ones you know about from the news, think again. Obviously, there's hydrocarbons. Russia is an energy powerhouse. In 2020, it had the world's largest proven reserve of natural gas at 1.32 quadrillion cubic feet, 37.3 trillion cubic meters, and about 80 billion proven barrels of oil, ranking it 8th on the planet. And then there's the 78% of Russia's natural gas reserves that are located in Siberia. But that's only the tip of the iceberg. We wouldn't have brought up old-time treasure hunters if there wasn't gold, and lots of it. Russia is one of the world's leading producers. In 2023, it had 322 tons of domestic supply, but consumed only 71 of them. That's valuable not just for jewelry, but for industrial uses. In fact, the device you're watching this video on probably has some gold in it. Don't take it apart though, that gold is useful to help conduct the electricity. This should clue you in on something. Russia doesn't need to rely on the resources and treasures of yesteryear. The United States Geological Survey estimates that Russia has 3.8 million tons of rare earth metals, making it the world's 5th largest trove. The Sakha Republic in eastern Siberia alone has at least 1.7 million tons of rare earth material at its Tomtor deposit. Russia says it actually has a reserve of 28.7 million total rare earth tons. Take that for what it's worth, which is probably not much, but even if the numbers are fudged, it's still a lot. And demand for these critical metals is surging. They're needed for modern digital technologies. For example, neodymium is used in magnets, electric motors, and to make smaller, more efficient memory storage drives for computers. Also, are you watching this video on an OLED screen? If you are, you probably appreciate the bright, vivid colors that make everything so easy to remember. Terbium was probably used for that. And there's more, but we'll get to that later. What we're trying to say is whatever you want in the world, Siberia probably has it. Whether it's arable land for farming, fish in the seas, timber, iron ore for steel, diamonds for that engagement ring you can't afford, or even beryllium for potential nuclear fusion reactors, you'll find it here. If it meant getting in on all this action, you could handle the cold, right? It sounds far-fetched from the comfort of your chair, but stick with us as we look across the 51 miles, 82 kilometers of the Bering Strait. Alaska was once Russian territory, but it was never a big part of the empire. There were about 10,500 people under the direct government of the Russian Fur Company at the time the Americans purchased it, at least according to the mastermind of the idea, Secretary of State William Seward. The deal was called Seward's Folly at the time. A look at the thermometer will clue you in on what the people back then were thinking. The Russians largely avoided Alaska for a reason, or so it seemed. Temperatures in the winter routinely drop to -30 degrees Fahrenheit, -34 Celsius in Fairbanks, and they can get as low as -38 Fahrenheit, -39 Celsius in extreme conditions in Anchorage. But soon, there was a gold rush, and tens of thousands of settlers poured in, braving the cold and more because what's a little frostbite when you're rich? By the 20th century, the United States understood the geographic and strategic value of Seward's Folly. It sent men and resources to defend the area in World War II and built the Alaska or Alcan Highway to ensure the territory was connected with the contiguous United States through Canada. The road was completed in 1942, and returning troops came back with stories of Alaska's wondrous natural beauty. More people moved in, and more roads were built. Alaska has almost 17,700 miles, 28,500 kilometers of them, according to its Department of Transportation. Other infrastructure investments came hot on the road's heels, especially when oil was discovered in 1968. Enter the Trans-Alaska Pipeline System. It was tough work. The cold climate and permafrost proved to be enormous challenges, but the engineers got it done, and the state has benefited enormously ever since. Oil revenues have allowed for stable governance of the state and even a universal basic income, the Alaska Permanent Fund. Annual payouts typically range between $1,000 and $2,000 per person every year. Also, Alaska's strategic location means that the U.S. military has 9 bases in the state, which brings jobs and ensures continued federal support for the state's infrastructure. Alaska is still a tough climate to live in, but with all of this to go around, more people are gritting their teeth and doing it. The state had a population of just over 733,000 in the 2020 U.S. Census. That was up by over 23,000 compared to the 2010 census. That's not the case in Siberia. Start by looking at the city of Norilsk in Krasnoyarsk Krai, right in the heart of Siberia. It's the second largest settlement north of the Arctic Circle, so the weather here can get pretty harsh. Even in July, the daily mean temperature is only 58 degrees Fahrenheit, 14.5 Celsius, but it is getting warmer, and in early 2015, a local craftsman noticed something odd. His floor was beginning to tilt downward. It didn't take an expert eye to confirm this, though. His wife said the same thing. As it turned out, their building was actually sinking beneath their feet. Melting permafrost was slowly eroding its foundation, and the structure needed to be condemned. The problem isn't just with the warming climate, though. Badly designed engineering is also playing a part. Heat from the sewers and chemical pollution are also melting the permafrost. And that's not the only thing that can make life out here hard. Norilsk is the most polluted city in Russia. There was an almost biblical scene out here in 2016 when the Daldikan River turned bright red. But the Russian government couldn't just blame it on the wrath of God. That would have been an easy get out. The cause was a chemical spill from a nearby factory that was subsequently forced to shut down. And the river wasn't the only thing wrong with this city. It was just the most extreme example. The locals also often complain about black or red snow, or the blue fog that makes their throats itchy. They even claim to know the taste of different gases leaking from the pipes. One man said the gas from copper had a sweet flavor. Nickel, he said, tasted different, which is a neat party trick. But these are becoming increasingly common occurrences in Siberia, and it's not going to be fixed anytime soon. Let's blissfully head back to Alaska for a moment. It has its share of environmental problems too, but both Juneau and Washington are actually trying to be responsible about them. No one would ever call the United States a model for how to treat indigenous people, but Washington is at least more active than Moscow in trying to make up for past mistakes. And there's the spending to prove it. A 2022 Government Accountability Office report found that the federal government spent $391 million between fiscal years 2016 and 2020 to repair damaged infrastructure in Native Alaskan villages and protect them from future environmental threats. The support network between the capitals and the locals ensures that there's a quality of life that all residents in Alaska can come to expect, which is partly why the population of the state is growing. Meanwhile, in Russia, it's estimated that adapting the northern cities to the warmer temperatures would make the buildings in them 30 to 40% more expensive. And you'd also have to pour in millions more just to adapt or replace aging sewer systems and faulty pipelines. Modernizing Siberia's infrastructure won't be cheap. That's going to be a hard sell for a place with so few people living there. Russia isn't like the United States. Its government doesn't need to worry about negative media coverage. In Putin's Russia, the media is tightly controlled, and people are forced to consume news they don't trust. These sorts of problems are low on Moscow's list of priorities. But let's head back to the Sakha Republic to find another example of what life in Siberia can really be like. Start with Oymyakon. It gets so cold that it lacks indoor plumbing for much of the year. The people who live here need to resort to outhouses. But there was one day that really showed how extreme life can be in this remote region. There was a dark wind blowing in the Sakha Republic on July 20th, 2018. 40% of this territory is north of the Arctic Circle, so the locals aren't used to seeing dark nights at this time of year. But on that day, the sun disappeared. It wasn't an eclipse, and the sky was clear. So why did the sun go missing? Wildfires. In Sakha, they're no longer a rare occurrence. They're expected. When the warm weather arrives, it often brings smoke instead of sunshine. On that day in 2018, thick layers of wildfire smoke from the south converged over remote villages, blotting out the sun completely. And with millions of acres of forest, little infrastructure, and even fewer resources, managing those fires is nearly impossible. But the extreme conditions and less than great quality of life in the cities still don't solve most of the mystery. People have been willing to go to much further extremes with much less of a reward waiting for them. Alaska's Yukon Gold Rush should be more than enough proof of that. Vladimir Putin plans on taking advantage of this basic human drive. He wants to make Russia one of the world's top 5 producers of rare earth materials and make up 12% of the global market share by 2030. He won't be able to succeed, though. There's a reason why the Russian Far East only accounts for 5% of the country's GDP, despite all its resources. Russia has really bad geography when it comes to moving things around. Despite its almost 24,000 miles, 38,600 kilometers of coastline, it only ranks 36th in terms of the world's total container traffic, with 3.9 million 20-foot equivalent units according to World Bank data. That's because to ship things around the Russian coastline, commercial voyages need to move into the treacherous, icy waters of the Arctic Ocean and deal with ports that are likely to have ice too. Russia has the world's largest fleet of icebreakers with 57 to try and compensate for this. 8 of these are nuclear-powered so they can stay at sea for lengthy periods, but they're expensive to build and operate. So, to move its goods around, there are 2 other options. The most natural thought is to move them by road or rail, and this is where the biggest problem comes in. Take out that map of Russia again and look at its roads. Then compare them with Alaska's. While Alaska's settlements are well connected, you'll see that Siberia has only one major road, and it runs along the region's southern stretch. This is the Trans-Siberian Highway, and it's a giant. It's the 3rd longest road in the world, spanning a distance of 6,800 miles, nearly 11,000 kilometers between St. Petersburg and Vladivostok. But look at where that highway starts, and you'll notice something else. European Russia, west of the Urals, is well connected by road, in stark contrast to the Asian part of Russia. It's much the same when it comes to the railway network. The European heartland is well connected, but only southern Siberia sees traffic along the Trans-Siberian Railway, which runs from Moscow to Vladivostok. This lack of connectivity is partially by design. It helps keep Siberia down. But you might have suspected this by now. Siberia was never a natural part of Russia. It was and still is an imperial project, one that was annexed sort of by accident. The Russians moved east to the Urals as part of a plan to acquire naturally defensible borders to prevent another invasion from the Mongols or the Tatars, who had once ruled them with an iron fist. But as adventurers moved further east, they discovered a treasure on the opposite side. Sure, the place was a giant icebox, even by their homeland standards, but that was a feature, not a bug. Siberia had plenty of life, after all. Critters that were well adapted to their harsh environment. There were Arctic foxes, sables, lynx, otters, and even tigers, and they all had really thick fur to keep them warm. These adventurers soon understood that the furs could be sold at an enormous profit in Europe. They were perfect for making warm textiles, and since the world was in the midst of a cooler period, called the Little Ice Age, the timing was perfect. Russia began to annex Siberia. The furs sold like crazy, and Russia's Tsars got the cash they needed to expand their military ambitions. It sounds familiar, and then, much like now, the locals didn't see much or any of the money. The arrangement was exploitative from the start. The Russians set up trading posts throughout Siberia. Meanwhile, the locals would be forced to provide regular fur tributes, but they didn't have much connection with European Russia, where all the action was. The territory was all part of the mother country, but Siberia looked more like an overseas colony than an extension of Russia proper. It was sort of a model for the European empires that would follow. While those colonial empires are gone now, Russia's imperial arrangement with Siberia remains. The rail and road network is good for Moscow to maintain its control of its Siberian territory, but it's not so great at serving the actual people who live out here. To find out why, let's take a road trip. The Trans-Siberian Highway is paved with asphalt or concrete along its entire length, and that's a good thing. Considering the sheer length of the road, it's an impressive engineering achievement, but not all asphalt and concrete are created equal. The quality of the road isn't the same everywhere. Once you go east of the Urals, the road's condition starts to deteriorate sharply, but it's not for the reason you think. Obviously, driving on an icy road for such long distances will always be dangerous, but in Siberia, the rain is the real enemy. Siberia has a rainy season. Well, sort of. The rain peaks in August, with 0.08 inches, 0.2 centimeters of water falling on average a day. That might not sound like a lot, but it translates to about 3.5 pints, 2 liters of water on 10.7 square feet, 1 square meter per day. Overall, you can expect significant rain between June and October. This isn't anything like the monsoon seasons in places far to the south, but there's more precipitation to go around in the summer. Here's the thing though. Alaska actually has a wetter climate. It's just that Alaska can take better care of its roads. The buildup of water along the remote Trans-Siberian Highway means that you're sure to encounter obstacles and quagmires along your journey. It doesn't help that road services are very lacking. A road journey here wouldn't be anything like one in Alaska, which still benefits from America's interstate highway system despite its distance. Gas stations or accommodations will be hard to find here. Travel guides advise would-be drivers to potentially prepare to camp out or even to stay in people's houses. Maybe camping doesn't sound so bad, in the summer at least. Siberia offers something rare these days. Its vast wilderness can mean some stunning night skies, but there's something else waiting for you. Plagues of mosquitoes. Have lots of bug spray and netting around if you plan on spending your time outdoors. These are the sorts of things travelers in Siberia have to deal with all the time. To get a sense of how isolated Siberian towns can be from each other, even along the Trans-Siberian Highway, consider this. Imagine you're in Irkutsk, in the oblast of the same name. Lake Baikal is nearby, so perhaps you've enjoyed it for a while, but now you need to get to Vladivostok. According to Google Maps, you have a driving distance of almost 2,400 miles, over 3,800 kilometers. To put that into perspective, it's longer than the distance between Chicago and Los Angeles, and it takes an estimated 52 hours and 56 minutes of driving to get from one place to the other. Better have a good playlist set up. What about the trains? Google data suggests a train ride of 71 hours and 52 minutes to travel the same distance. Nearly 3 solid days of pure travel. But a drive between Chicago and Los Angeles will probably be much shorter in the amount of time you need to spend on the road. And it's not just because of the shorter distance. The estimate is 28 hours 55 minutes by car on average and 43 hours 32 minutes by train, according to our Google Maps estimate. Siberia is just a much harsher and more treacherous environment to pass through, with fewer things to support travel. Overall, a journey along the entirety of the Trans-Siberian Highway can take a month or more. The trip along the rail line winds up being a little shorter because of the shorter distance and nature of the beast. Non-stop, you can expect to stay on the rails for a week, but with stops, the length of your excursion grows. It can last several weeks. This is all okay. If the Russian government needs to move troops or equipment somewhere, it's not so great for the locals or for the development of their economy. Once again, this reality isn't just a bug. It's a feature of the imperial nature of the Siberian project. To see what we mean, voyage thousands of miles west to Ukraine. You would have been able to go from Vladivostok to Kiev along the railway a few years ago, but the special military operation changed that. Now, instead of tapping Siberia's natural resources, Moscow is tapping its men. The special military operation didn't go according to Putin's plans. A few months after it began, he found his forces on the run, so he got desperate. He just announced that the 4 Ukrainian provinces his troops partially occupied were now part of Russia. There was no way he could just give up so soon. He needed manpower and got it in the place you'd probably expect. By the end of 2023, the first full year of mobilization, it was clear that not all Russians were suffering the same. 6 of the 10 Russian regions with the highest mortality rates were east of the Ural Mountains. Here's a fact that might stun you even more. Take out your map again and look at the Republic of Buryatia in Russia's far east. Men from this remote place along the Trans-Siberian Highway were 75 times more likely to be killed in action than their counterparts in Moscow, despite its population being 13 times bigger. But if you're a dictator, it's easier to cover up mass funerals when truth seekers would need to venture for thousands of miles along the treacherous Trans-Siberian Highway to find out what's really going on. You don't even need to do anything dirty to the journalists brave enough to try to find the answers. The open road is your best friend. From that perspective, why bother to improve it at all? Improving the road network would go far in developing the economy, but it might also undermine Moscow's central control of Siberia. At least on some level, Moscow wants the Siberian minorities to be isolated from each other. That was how Russia was able to extend its control so far to the east in the first place. But this raises a curious problem. With all of this in mind, why did Siberia's population grow to begin with, especially in the 20th century? And why weren't the necessary infrastructure improvements made then? To begin finding out the answers, just look at the town of Magadan in the oblast of the same name. It was one of the darkest periods in Russia's modern history. Once it was put into the Russian fold, Siberia was always a popular place to exile political undesirables. The most famous of them was a young man named Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, better known as Vladimir Lenin. The Soviet Union was supposed to free people from the Tsar's tyranny, but he began a regime that would far exceed anything the hated Romanovs ever did. His unwanted successor Joseph Stalin had grand plans for Siberia, and exiles were at the heart of it. The fur trade might have lost its luster by the early 20th century, but he knew about the other fantastic resources Siberia had to offer. How to develop them? His answer was simple and brutal. Experts estimate that Stalin sent 18 million people to the gulags during his time in power. Magadan hosted some of the most notorious of them. There was gold here, so the undesirables were forced to mine. And it wasn't just the men. Women panned for it too. Even children who were considered troublesome were sent to forced labor colonies. Overall, 3 million people died here between 1931 and Stalin's death in 1953. And you can still find the most ominous project they worked on if you look at a map. There is a highway in the north that connects Magadan with Nizhny Bestyak on the Lena River's east bank, opposite Yakutsk. This is Federal Highway 504, or the Kolyma Highway. The name sounds appropriately neutral, unlikely to stir up powerful emotions, but it wasn't that way to the people that built it. They knew it by a couple of other names. The estimates vary about how many people died building this road. The CIA used to think it was 3 million, but that was a confusion with all the people who died from all the work in the Gulag. Modern scholars estimate that only 130,000 people died while building the road. The work was brutal. People were shot for not doing enough of it or simply died from the tough conditions. They often had nothing more to help them than shovels and wheelbarrows, and temperatures got as cold as -94 degrees Fahrenheit, 70 below Celsius. The dead were buried beneath the road's foundations, hence the name Road of Bones. Or if you prefer, you can call it by its other name, the Highway of Death. But this highway doesn't look like any you'd be used to seeing, though. Only about 8% of its total length is paved, the 99 miles, 159 kilometers nearest to Magadan. Elsewhere, the road is mostly gravel and clay that turns into a muddy quagmire whenever the rains come. If you want to travel this road, that turns into a muddy quagmire whenever the rains come. If you want to travel this road, you'll have a better bet when it's icy, but your best move is to go during Siberia's drier, warm months, like May. Going during the height of summer is impractical, and it's not a road you can just drive on with the car in your garage thanks to its extreme state of disrepair. Travel guides report that the road can experience traffic jams for 62 miles, 100 kilometers. The original Road of Bones was such a disaster that in 2008, a 124-mile, 200-kilometer stretch between Tomtor and Kadikchan was bypassed. Now, it's called the Old Summer Road. Sounds pretty nice, huh? Don't fall for it, though. This place is no peaceful drive on the California coastline. Or its Alaskan counterpart, for that matter. This part of Siberia looks kind of like Chernobyl, with tiny ghost towns being reclaimed by the wilderness. This was the dismal result of an actual attempt to improve road access in northern Siberia. Few real attempts have been made since. How ironic is it that the road was closed near Tomtor, where all the rare earths are? That's Siberia for you. Settlements in these remote places don't usually look like industrial towns. They look more like Chersky. Where's Chersky? It's another town in the Sakha Republic. It gets really cold, with winter temperatures below -50 Fahrenheit, 45 below Celsius. It's north of the Arctic Circle, and not one of Russia's major road networks comes anywhere near here. So it's buried under snow and ice for 8 months of the year. The cold isn't completely the enemy, though. When the rivers freeze over, deliveries to it can be made by truck over the ice. The other best way to move things around is by turboprop plane. The nearest city is Yakutsk, 4.5 hours away, by flight. If this strikes you as an odd place for human habitation, you're not wrong. It's not like Alaska. The settlement started as a top-down directive from Moscow. You guessed it, it's another one of Stalin's gulags. Even Norilsk isn't safe from the atmosphere of neglect and exploitation that defines Moscow's policy towards Siberia. And it shows you why Putin's dream of becoming one of the centers of the world's energy transition is likely to fail. Remember that nickel tasted different from the sweeter copper? That's a critical resource for the future. It's an important metal in the booming electric car industry because it makes for fantastic batteries. Nickel-based batteries aren't only lighter and more compact, they offer more energy density. And then there's palladium. It's nice and shiny, perfect for jewelry, and it's rare. 30 times rarer than even gold. Gasoline-powered cars need it for catalytic converters, but it will still have uses even as those vehicles start to get phased out in favor of electrics. The device you're watching this video on also uses palladium because it's resistant to most corrosive forces. An increasing amount of the energy you charge that device with will come because of palladium too. It can be rolled into sheets, which are useful for solar panels. As fate would have it, 40% of the world's palladium is mined right here in Norilsk. It's a byproduct of the nickel mining industry. But as important as this town is, it can't escape its past. Stalin understood the value of the nickel here too, and yet it's another one of his former gulags. Because of that, Norilsk is nowhere near the Trans-Siberian Highway or railway. It instead relies on one railway, the 206-mile, 332-kilometer Norilsk Railway that connects the city to the port of Dudinka. Naturally, it was built by the Gulag's prisoners in the 1930s. The sacrifice by these prisoners wasn't entirely wasted. The railroad functioned much better than the Road of Bones. It opened in 1937, and you could expect a trip between 10 and 12 hours in good weather. And let's be honest, the weather rarely gets good in Siberia. The journey usually took 24 hours. Still, that was a success by Siberian standards, so Moscow had more ambitious plans for the Norilsk Railway. It would be just one leg on the northern version of the Trans-Siberian. When done, it would go from the Barents Sea to the Sea of Okhotsk, connecting all of the territories north of the Arctic Circle. That never happened. Stalin died in 1953, the gulags closed, and the railway still doesn't connect to other parts of Russia, nor do the local roads. Oh well, at least the trains are much faster today because the railway was converted to a broader gauge. Toward the end, trips took around 3 or 4 hours. But notice the past tense. The Norilsk Railway saw a steep decline after the Soviet Union collapsed, and today it doesn't even take passengers. The last passenger train stopped in 1998. It's for freight only now. To make up for it, the locals can at least expect the roads to be clear of snow now, which wasn't always the case. But the roads don't connect to other parts of Russia either. They're local only. That's why the people here call their city an island, and the rest of the country the mainland. Now, the only way to get in or out of the area is to go to the port and take a ship in the Arctic Ocean, or go to the airport. It's located 22 miles, 35 kilometers to the west. That's Elkel International Airport, though it only got its international status 2 years ago. Waiting for a bus could be a challenge, though. Stay out too long, and you might just freeze to death. At least 250,000 of the imprisoned laborers who built Norilsk in the 1930s died for their efforts. The city leaves a legacy that Putin would love to tap into. One of the locals talking to the New York Times put it best. Norilsk is a unique city. It was put here by force. It's 1,800 miles, 2,900 kilometers northeast of Moscow, springing out of the wilderness not because of its location, but because Stalin demanded it. It's like an island surrounded by unending wild tundra. So, who lives here? In 1939, the population was around 13,900 people, but it continued to grow and reached a peak in 1979 at over 180,000. Its fate mirrored the Soviet Union's. As it entered a decline in the 1980s, so did the population of Norilsk. 3.2% of the people left in the Soviet Union's last decade. And then came the collapse. By 2002, nearly 135,000 people remained in Norilsk, a 22% decline compared to its Soviet-era population. We'll return to Norilsk shortly, but its fate tells us why Siberia got much of the population it now has, doesn't it? People didn't come here to live by choice. The glories of communism sent them, and the gulags were just one of the methods the Soviet Union used. The world condemned Putin's self-declared annexation of Crimea in 2014, but there was one group that was especially afraid. The 2021 Russian census counted over 284,000 Crimean Tatars as living on the peninsula, which make up 12.7% of its population. But in the 1970 census, there were none. So what happened? Stalin accused the entire ethnic group of collaborating with Nazis during World War II. In response, he forcibly deported them at gunpoint. Most were sent to Soviet Uzbekistan, while around 30,000 were exiled to remote, frozen regions of Siberia. And they weren't alone. Ethnic Germans from the Volga region were also sent to Siberia, as were Kalmyks. A Human Rights Watch report published just before the Soviet Union's collapse estimated 4.7 million people deported across 10 ethnic groups. The Tatars were just the most infamous example. And now we've arrived at the truth. Siberia's population didn't grow by choice. It was driven there. After Stalin's death, Nikita Khrushchev denounced the regime's brutality. And once the system began to crack, the canaries started singing in the frozen coal mine. The deported people began to return home if they still had one. The Crimean Tatars were among the last, only regaining a foothold during Gorbachev's reforms in the late 1980s. The trend continues to the present day. Russia still might be in the habit of forcibly deporting people. It's why Putin will be hauled up in the International Criminal Court if he ever steps foot on the soil of one of its participating countries. But Moscow isn't doing it to its own people, at least not at the moment. Now free of Soviet central planning, the population can vote with its feet, and it is. At first, it looked like Russia's economic recovery would bring people back. Norilsk saw a 30% increase in its population by 2010, bouncing back nicely from the post-Soviet low. Almost 175,000 people were counted there in that year's census. Perhaps Putin's idea is right after all, and people will put up with the harsh conditions if the financial reward is high enough. No, at least for now. In 2021, the population of Norilsk declined again. It was only 0.5%, but that's not the same elsewhere. Since 1991, the population of the Russian Far East has declined by around 20%. The Siberian Federal District has a similar fate. It grew constantly in Soviet times, but has fallen by 10% since then, from 18.6 to 16.8 between 1989 and 2021. Putin still wants to reverse these trends. The Trans-Siberian Railway has one benefit. Unlike the highway, it connects to other junctions. The Baikal-Amur main line to Sovetskaya Gavan is one, but the other two are more important. The Trans-Mongolian and Trans-Manchurian lines connect with Beijing, and it makes doing business with China easier. But the locals don't feel like they're benefiting from this business. They're more worried about China taking over. The Chinese once planned to build a bottling plant at Lake Baikal and a pipeline to connect it with arid Lanzhou. The ideas sparked mass protests in 2019 and 2022 respectively, and the projects never got off the ground. The locals don't feel like any of the Chinese investments in the region will benefit them, for good reason. But don't worry, Moscow is offering other incentives. In 2014, then Prime Minister Medvedev said he'd personally supervise a slew of financial incentives to get people to move and invest in Siberia. Want no land, income, or property taxes for 5 years? That's what Moscow was now offering. What about free land? In 2016, Putin started to offer 2.8 acres, 1 hectare, to any Russian citizen or even foreign national that lived in the Far East for at least 5 years. But none of it is working. Just look at a map of the migration trends in Russia. Between 2014 and 2018, the fastest growing parts of Russia were mostly west of the Urals. That's because the lack of connectivity and harsh weather aren't worth it. Almost all the wealth from Siberia's treasure trove is going to enrich Putin, his cronies, and even the Chinese before the locals see anything. Living in Siberia is an investment that doesn't pay off. It takes rather than gives, and it doesn't look like that cycle will break anytime soon. One woman, a then 25-year-old kindergarten teacher from Chersky, put it best when she spoke to the independent Moscow Times in 2011. Quote, "We don't live here. We merely survive. It's impossible to live here. We need to get away." Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider subscribing and turn on notifications. It really does make a difference. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time on MatPack.
for that
Yes,
expertise.
that's right.
Yeah.
And to be clear, you don't still program in ones and zeros. You go to languages now? Have you got...
No, now there are all kinds of languages that you can use and much better computers.
Obviously, biologists would be intrigued by any kind of life at all discovered on anywhere, microbial even. But your sights are set to even higher goals than that. If I can rank them in this way, maybe that's kind of a bias, I guess, a brain bias. But you're not just looking for any life; you're looking for intelligent life. And what's odd is you get this sense that people think that somehow we don't want to know if there's intelligent life, or that it's being suppressed, or that and it's like nothing could be farthest from the truth. And given the efforts that we as a community have put in, especially focused at the SETI Institute, I'm just surprised by this overall sense that somehow people think there's some kind of cover up. Have you had to I presume you've had to contend with this?
Well, at one point, I had to talk to a military panel and promise that our SETI algorithms and antennas would not be able to detect frequency hopping spread spectrum signals, because I believed it. And then it turned out when we got on the air, yeah, we could see those too.
Are they saying they restricted your bandwidth access because they were doing their own searching?
No, they were curious about what I might see, what we, with our equipment and software, might see that they weren't advertising that they were doing.
So you were searching not just for extraterrestrial intelligence, but accidentally but for military intelligence.
Yeah, right. But, I literally, I said, no, we can't see that. Not the way we've written our software. And it turned out, our software was better than I thought.
And so how do you go about thinking this up? That's surely takes a bit of hubris chutzpah to just declare that if there's intelligence out there, we would be able to communicate with it. We can't communicate meaningfully with other animals here on Earth with whom we have DNA in common. Even a chimpanzee. You're not hanging out with a chimp, say, let's go have a beer later. Oh, sure, Jill, I'm good with that. No. Where do you get your confidence that this even would work at all?
What we can do with our equipment and our software limits what we could possibly find. And so we're looking for someone that can modify its environment in ways that we could sense over the vast distances between the stars. And it's a limited subset of what possibilities there are, because we have the equipment of the 21st century, which is better than the equipment of the 20th century, but not necessarily all powerful. So we can look for certain kinds of what we call techno signatures that would indicate somebody is doing something that nature can't do.
You can't search for intelligent life that does not have technology. So if you found an Earth that had a Roman Empire, their version of a Roman Empire, certainly that's advanced, certainly they're intelligent, but they don't have radio telescopes. So you would pass them by saying, nothing here, keep walking.
Yes, with the technology that we have today. But, ChatGPT and all the other large language models are going to be able to do some incredible things in the future. And in particular, I think the interesting thing is that whereas any particular search technique looks at certain phenomena at certain frequencies in a certain amount of time, the chatbots will be able to combine or look at simultaneously data sets collected for completely different reasons across the spectrum and across technologies, and might be able to find some correlations that we were totally unaware of.
You're developing a dependence on AI to take you to that next step that you wouldn't otherwise be able to
That's right.
accomplish. Remind me why radio waves is the bandwidth of choice, because that was clearly displayed in Carl Sagan's novel Contact, later becoming the hit film with the character Ellie Arroway. She was a radio astronomer, basically, who is looking for radio signatures out there in space. And the rumor has it that Carl Sagan knocked on your door a few times to try to get some insights into this character. Can you confirm or deny those rumors?
Carl was a member of our board of directors. He wrote a book about a woman who does what I do.
There it is.
Perfectly put. Perfectly put.
That character is Carl. What comes across as Ellie Arroway is actually Carl, and his musings and his thinkings and his it's probably too long to go into, but basically Carl would have loved to be able to have one more conversation with his deceased father, and that drove a lot of the thinking.
Nope, that's lame. Ready? Do you harbor questions about the universe? Some long-held bit of cosmic curiosity lingering within you? Or questions about anything at all? You can become a Patreon supporter of Star Talk. You have access to our exclusive question line on our website. Those are where we draw our questions for our cosmic queries.
Some of the most extreme objects in the universe.
Star Talk is a work in progress where we, every month, come up with some new way, some new idea, some new understanding of how to bring the universe down to Earth. We could not do that without your support. Thank you. And as always, keep looking up. Why radio waves and not visible light or any other band of the spectrum?
The fact is that space is not empty, but there are clouds of gas and dust out there between the stars, and infrared or optical wavelengths are absorbed by these clouds, and they can't travel very far through the galaxy. We've never seen the center of the Milky Way galaxy at optical wavelengths because it's just too dusty. But radio, the wavelengths of radio waves are not anywhere near the size of the dust particles in these clouds. And so they basically don't see the particles, they don't see the dust, and are not absorbed by it. So we've been looking at the center of the galaxy at radio waves from very early times in this scientific discipline.
Any aliens would have to know enough astrophysics to conclude that radio waves would penetrate space in the way other bandwidths wouldn't. So we're assuming they'd be on exactly the same track we are in our learning and understanding of the galaxy.
At least at some point in time, they are or were, right? Because they could, in fact, create technologies that outlast their civilization. There are a couple of spacecraft in orbit around this planet that will be there 10 million years in the future, because their orbits will not decay. It's a really interesting question about whether what we're looking for and what is being transmitted overlap in time in this 10 billion year history of our galaxy.
That's part of the parameter space that you speak of so dauntingly, right? Because you can search in frequency, even within the radio wave bandwidth. You could be sending a signal or trying to observe a signal in one band of radio waves, but then there's another bandwidth within the radio waves that could be where the action is, and you would miss it. And maybe they sent a signal that got here 100 years ago instead of today, because there's light travel time for wherever it is. What's this analogy you gave to the ocean? It was the best thing I ever heard. What was it? About how much we have searched thus far for aliens? Because you hear people say, well, we've looked for aliens and we haven't seen any, so there probably aren't any. And what's your reply to them?
My reply is that we've hardly begun to look. At one point, when SETI turned 50 years old as a discipline, I did a calculation that indicated that all the searching we'd done to date was as if we said, oh, we're going to look for fish in the ocean. And what we did was take 1 8-ounce glass and dip it in the ocean and take a look and say, oh, are there fish in there? Well, there are fish small enough to have fit in that glass, but if you didn't see any, you'd hardly make the conclusion that there were no fish in the ocean. You'd just simply say, you have to look harder. That's where we are. We can do so much, but we can't do everything. And we are always looking for new ways.
If you had told me that calculation when I was just coming on and I wanted to be like a SETI researcher, I would have given up in that moment. I would have said, okay, I'm taking up another job.
Well, you might have, but on the other hand, if you're stubborn, you might have turned that around and said, wow, this is one of the most interesting questions that humans can ask about themselves and their place in the cosmos. And if you were to succeed, you would by inference know that it's possible to outlive your technological infancy and to have a long future. Because if the future isn't long for technologies in general, there aren't ever going to be any two that overlap in time. But if you find something, you know that there's a long, path ahead for us potentially. We don't necessarily have to destroy ourselves.
So that's a profound inference from such a simple bit of information you would glean. Let me see if I can restate it to make sure I understand it. You're saying if technologically proficient civilizations lasted only 1 or 2 centuries and then they rendered themselves extinct, something bad happens, or it took them that long to even get to that point, and then it doesn't last long, then when you come upon a planet at a random time in its own evolution, because it could have just been born 1 million years ago or 1 billion or 10 billion, you don't know if you're hitting it at exactly that time. And so if everybody only were short-lived, nobody would be talking to anybody, and it would give us very little hope for the future of our fingerprint in this world. Is that a fair characterization of what you just said?
That's correct. But if you don't go looking for it in as many ways as you possibly can, you'll never find it.
You're an astrophysicist posing these questions, presuming that they have astrophysical tools. And I'm wondering if comedians were doing this search, would they presume that the other civilization would have comedians? Is this a natural extension of our own bias?
I mean, I don't know about that, but I definitely know that I've played some gigs where I've wondered whether there's any life out there.
Intelligent life.
Intelligent life, definitely. Is there anything there?
Let's head out to our cosmic queries about now. You've collected them, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. As always, Betty from Maine has asked, if you find life outside of Earth, what are you going to do with it?
Yeah, Jill, are you going to conquer it and enslave it and colonize it? What are you going to do?
I'm going to tell the world about what we found and at least my interpretation of what that means. But the world is going to decide how they're going to react. It's not going to be me that makes that kind of decision.
And what confidence do you have that that response would be what you would consider appropriate?
I don't know, Neil.
That's not very hopeful. Come on, Jill.
Oh, come on. Given the politics of our country, I don't know. But all I can say is that you'll know what I know.
So Atticus from Soddy Daisy, Tennessee, who is 10 years old, says, the quote from Arthur C. Clarke, 2 possibilities exist. We are either alone in the universe or we are not. Both are equally terrifying. This keeps me up at night in an amazing, not scary way. Please give your thoughts on the idea behind the quote.
Oh, Atticus.
Are 10-year-olds allowed to have these kind of profound thoughts? That's,
I know.
you
Also, go
shouldn't
to
you be
bed,
in the
Atticus.
playground or something? Should you be...
Or at least not having to stay up at night worrying about it.
Well, Atticus, we all share that profundity of thought that delays your slumber. And Jill, let's hear from an expert here. Jill, are both terrifying to you?
Both are extremely significant. One is not so hopeful in terms of the continued existence of life on Earth. The other is something that would be incredibly exciting and impactful to know. Because if you know that somebody else has made it through this very precarious technological phase that we're in, then, there's an answer. There's some way to do it. And that inspires me, anyway, to go looking harder for that answer.
Here on Earth?
Yeah. Somebody else made it through. We can too.
Okay. I like that.
Well, while we're talking about the actual process, it's a pretty top-level question. Vincent Thomas says, what exactly do you listen for out there in the stars?
And just to be clear, I just want to the radio telescopes are like other telescopes. They're detecting light. So somewhere in the decades past, people have equated a radio telescope with listening to sounds, and people think we're listening for sounds. And they did that with, in the movie Contact, where Ellie Arway is listening to her data. But these are observations of radio light, correct? And we're just being loose when we say we're listening. That's like saying, oh, let me listen to the sun and just look at it, okay? No, you're receiving light.
Martin LeBlanc from Montreal does end the question with, and Neil, for this episode, I dare you to change your saying with keep listening up.
Oh, okay, maybe I'll do it just for him. Okay. But Jill, let's get your reaction to that.
What we use instruments to try and detect is the kind of emissions that nature can't do. And that generally means some kind of transmission that is very compressed in frequency, because nature doesn't do that. Nature's emissions come from gazillions of molecules and atoms, each of which is vibrating or rotating and emitting a very specific frequency. But all of the atoms and molecules are moving with respect to one another, so that the ensemble signal is Doppler broadened. So each of these individual transmissions from a molecule or an atom gets added with all the other molecules and atoms that are all moving relative to one another, and you get a broad signal. But technology can get around that. We have means with lasers and masers of compressing a signal into a single frequency or a small range of frequencies, what we call narrow band transmissions. And either we'll learn something unexpected about nature and find that nature can do this job and trick as well as we can, or better, or we'll find evidence of the technologies that we're looking for.
And so it's not just that the signal exists. You might want or expect or hope that signal to also contain information within it. Again, in the film Contact, the signal was, at least in the film version, it was prime numbers, I think it was, right. And whereas I think in the novel it was digits of pi, perhaps, but I might be confusing my memory. But within the signal, there was information. So can you decode if you did find the narrow band, or do you have a next layer analysis to see what they might be trying to tell us?
Well, again, that's one of the reasons that I want to tell everyone what we may have detected and what we've interpreted, because there are far better code breakers out there than me. And so we'd be eager to engage the intelligence of the rest of the world to help us understand any information. And one thing that I should mention is, although we talk about listing and we talk about radio, and I've argued that other frequencies don't travel as far through the galaxy as the radio wavelengths, we are also trying to take the techniques that we have and push them into the infrared and the optical for sources that are closer by.
All right. Well, it sounds like you're on top of that situation.
Well, who knows? I'll let you know when we succeed. We'll know we've done the right thing when we succeed.
So Jonas Dravland says, "Good day, doctors and lords. Jonas from the Appalachian foothills of North Carolina. If there were a SETI-like organization on a distant star system, how close would they need to be to detect us? Would they be able to watch I Love Lucy? And should they expect to pick up their domestic radio activity, or are we basing our search on the presumption that they are sending signals intended to advertise their existence?"
Ooh, yeah. So I'd love that, because our earliest radio signals are just our earliest escaped television broadcasts, right? Now going into 100 year, 80, how many years ago? I Love Lucy was 1950s and 60s. The Honeymooners. Are they going to learn how men and women interact on Earth from those two shows? I hope not.
1950s TV and earlier radio.
I think what might be detected is not the information content of the television program, but the existence of the carrier signal that transmitted that information. Or maybe once we detect evidence of someone else's technology, they're going to explain, and we translate it somehow, they're going to explain to us why Lucy and Ethel shouldn't have had subservient roles.
or Alice and the Honeymooners. Yeah, all of the above.
Right.
Catch us up just briefly, take a break from the questions and ask you, what telescopes do SETI are in the arsenal of SETI's control?
Well, we have a special telescope that we've developed for working in the infrared and optical that we call optical SETI, or laser SETI, I should say. These are special instruments that we've developed. Otherwise, what we use is existing telescopes that are part of the astrophysical realm, and we can essentially piggyback on the signals being detected by those telescopes, which are looking for other things in other ways. But we can carve out a piece of that signal without affecting the primary observer, and we can analyze it looking for these technosignatures. So it's really anything out there that's looking at the universe. We are eager to replicate their data so that we can analyze it in a different way.
And the SETI Institute is mostly privately funded. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, we do. Well, I shouldn't say that. SETI at the SETI Institute is privately funded, but we have over 100 PhDs at the SETI Institute who are looking in many different ways to discover life beyond Earth. And these programs are typically funded by the National Science Foundation and NASA. So we do have government funding, and we're very nervous right now about what's going to happen.
Science funding in many realms today feels like, science is just optional. Other things are more important. That there's been a shift in priorities, which will have consequences that people do not. We foresee, but the general public doesn't really, given how much of modern civilization pivots on the moving frontier of science. But okay, let's keep going. Matt, what else you got?
Yuikia from India, living in California, says, how detectable is Earth as a life-harboring planet from a nearby star system? Should we put any large visual structures around Earth or Jupiter so that intelligent aliens can detect them as non-naturally occurring structures when they monitor the transits around the sun? Thank you to SETI and Star Talk for trying to answer the most fundamental questions and promoting scientific thinking.
Oh, cool. Yeah, are we doing all we can to get noticed?
No, we're not, because there are other priorities for funding to do the kinds of things that are being suggested in this question. Is not cheap. To build structures, to modify orbits of asteroids or planetesimals, that's all really difficult and expensive. And while it might happen for other reasons, such as mining rare earth elements, which we are depleting on this planet, it's not likely anytime soon to be done specifically for attracting the attention of any technologies out there. It's just unfortunately not a high enough priority.
Jill, I remember a zillion years ago, I asked you a question after a colloquium you gave, and you gave the cleanest, simplest answer to a question similar to this one, which was, I asked, why are we spending so much time just, quote, listening for aliens? Why don't we just blast the universe with our own signals? And at the time, what you said was, it costs almost nothing to just passively listen for signals. So you can get away with that without breaking the piggy bank. If you want to actively send signals out, that's orders of magnitude, way more money than what it would cost to just listen. And because I thought it was unfair that if everyone were doing what we're doing, then the whole universe would be listening for other aliens and no one would be transmitting, and everyone would conclude there's no other intelligent life in the galaxy.
That's right. If everybody's listening and nobody's talking, we're not going to succeed. But another impediment, if you wish, to this idea of deliberately transmitting to make ourselves known to the cosmos is the fact that if we do that, that's going to interfere with an enormous number of other disciplines and searches and technologies. It probably would mess up your GPS just enormously, right?
Right.
Yes, cost is the major impediment, but there are unintended consequences of doing powerful transmissions.
Well, while we're talking about ethical considerations, Hugo Dart from Rio de Janeiro, with Hugo's 7-year-old daughter Olivia, who's also a big fan of Star Talk, ask, what parallel, if any, exists between how we treat animals and vegetable species on Earth and ethical parameters we can establish for dealing with alien life? And I'm just going to add to that, how do we know in this equation that they're the vegetable/animals and not that we are the vegetable to them?
Exactly. Yeah. So Jill, is there sort of an ethical standards that you guys like a manifesto that plastered up on your walls at the SETI Institute?
Yes, a long time ago, back in the 80s, we worked with the International Institute of Space Law to create a declaration of principles for dealing with the detection of extraterrestrial technologies. And one of the important bullets in that protocol is make sure you get it right. Make sure that whatever you're going to announce is not some flaw in your detection system, that it really is what you're saying it is. And that's so important that now we actually suggest that the most valid way of searching is to search with at least 2 instruments widely separated on the surface of the Earth, so that the signals received by those 2 instruments will have a calculable Doppler shift between signals arriving here and signals arriving there. And that is a good signature to be looking for, in addition to whatever's embedded in the information content of the signal.
Right, but that's not related to the ethics of how you would treat aliens, right? So in the code of ethics, that's good to make sure that you measure that what you say is what it is. But if we come upon aliens, is there some code of how we would treat them?
You're talking about ethics, and I was talking about a declaration of principles. The ethics are going to come from probably the religious entities across the planet. And those are different, and they have different perspectives. Some would be threatened by this discovery because it isn't consistent with their teachings, and others would simply say, no, many different life forms in the universe are just another example of God's, or let's say God, omnipotence and power. So the ethics come not from the technologies, not from the principles that I can have anything to do with, but they're going to come from religious entities. And as long as you're talking about microbes, nobody much cares. But once you start to talk about intelligent beings, then these other codes of ethics get brought to bear. And again, as I said, they're not all going to have the same conclusions or the same desires.
That would make it very difficult, given how many religions there are in the world, and they'd all have to agree on what a code of ethics would be. And if they're all coming from different religious traditions, that could be very hard to arrive at an agreement. And we have our first encounter. And so we have to see how that unfolds, for sure.
Yeah, and there's another unintended consequence that you might not think about, and that's geographical. So suppose that whatever technosignatures are detected or detectable are only detected from extremely southern locations or northern locations. Now, if it comes from the south, from the Antarctic, we already have some methods or agreements for how to share data that's collected in the Antarctic. But if you get to a point where it can only be seen from the Arctic, now you're in really hot water, because so many different countries and nation states are claiming sovereignty over different pieces of the Arctic.
The Chinese have the biggest radio telescope in the world today. So it could be that the first alien contact will be with Chinese astrophysicists.
That's correct. And they built an amusement park right next to that telescope. Yes, I worry about the potential for creating a haves and have-nots.
We got some more. So Dave McNeely from San Diego, California, says, Dr. Tata, it's a huge pleasure. I met you once at the inaugural SETICon in 2010 in Santa Clara. I'm studying for a master's degree in space studies, and SETI is an enormous driving force in my life. My question, I'm sure you get this all the time, but considering radio technology is limited to the speed of light, doesn't it make sense that more advanced extraterrestrial intelligences would be communicating with each other using something different? Surely they are not using radio communication internally across vast interstellar distances.
Yeah, how much of the physics that we know today is limiting us on the possibility that there's new physics in the future? Yeah, I mean, we have the bias of our own times, all right? And we're thinking they would use radio waves moving at the speed of light. And do you guys think about possible future technologies that could be game-changing in this on this landscape?
Yeah, we think about it, but we don't know how to do it, right?
Okay, that's the answer. That's the simple answer. Yeah, I think in Star Trek, their communication channels are on, what do they call it? Subnet. Where's Charles when you need him? Our geek in chief. In Star Trek, it wouldn't be helpful to talk to Starfleet Command using radio waves limited by the speed of light, because there would not be a witty repartee between the captain and headquarters. So there's some subnet or something that apparently there's signals that can get through instantly, just like a regular phone call. And so it's solved in Star Trek, which is several centuries in our future.
Something to look forward to.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, right. If the Star Trek folks, the producers and creators can tell us how to do it, then we should listen. But so far, superluminal communication is not within our reach. Superluminal simply means faster than the speed of light. And
That's
talk
a cool
about
word.
it. People write papers about it, but we don't know how to do it.
And it's a cool word anyway that kind of means what it sounds like it says. So I like words like that. So I think, Matt, we have time for like one more, a good one. You got a good one there?
Okay, well, I think this is a good, a sort of less technical but deep question. Pinky MacGyver asks, how lucky do we have to be for our ability to detect life to coincide in time with that life's ability to be detected?
Does that take us back to your glass of water in the ocean analogy?
That's absolutely correct, Neil. We have to be pretty lucky in order to end up being cotemporal, being able to be around at the same time for both transmitter and receiver. So unless L, the factor in the Drake equation, which says how long technological civilizations or the technology persists, unless L is large, there's not going to be any success. There won't be any overlap. But again, I'm of the opinion that I like to think about turning that around and saying that if we detect someone else's technology, it means that L has to be large and that we have a long future.
And remind us about the Drake equation, which played a role in the movie's Contact. If someone wants like a full celebration of the Drake equation, but can you just remind us where that came about and what it attempts to do?
Well, the Drake equation is actually the agenda for a scientific meeting that Frank Drake put together at Green Bank, West Virginia, at the telescope there. And it says the number, and it's actually not an equation because it doesn't have a solution, but it's written as the form of an equation. So it says the number of technological civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy with whom we could communicate can be estimated by taking the rate of star formation in the galaxy and multiplying that by the fraction of stars that have the appropriate conditions to be suitable hosts for living planets, multiply that by the average number of such planets around each star, multiply that by the fraction of those planetary planets that develop a technology, multiply that by the average longevity of the technologies, and you end up with an estimate of the number of communicative
Zero.
civilizations. It can't be zero because we're here. It doesn't say.
Oh, we're here. Okay, we got to get at least one out of that equation.
It's at least one. But unless L is large, it's a small.
Yeah, very good.
So you're saying we use the length that we've existed as a civilization as our best guess for how long civilizations can run on average.
Yeah,
so
we have no other guess. Correct.
Matt, it's actually a lower limit. We know that it's possible to have a technology exist for at least as long as we have, and that's 100 or so years. But we don't know what the upper limit is.
And that 100 years comes from the earliest radio telescope signals that we could detect.
Yeah, it actually
that put us on the map, on the SETI map.
Right, back to Cacconi.
What are your thoughts on all of the congressional hearings regarding sightings of unidentified anomalous phenomena rebranded from UFOs? Were you tapped for your expertise in any of this? And what are your reflections on it?
Well, first of all, I have no expertise in that, and nobody came knocking on my door. But there's a gentleman by the name of Nick West who has done a lot of careful studies of some of the most touted and the most recent releases of videos from the Navy in particular, and has come up with, all right, if you actually analyze what you're seeing and not looking at it with a bias that what you're seeing is something having to do with an extraterrestrial spacecraft, you can come up with very plausible explanations.
So at least somebody is tasked themselves to just be sort of not jump to extraordinary conclusions. As you quoted Carl Sagan earlier, if you have an extraordinary claim, there should be an extraordinary evidence behind it. And if you can explain the evidence with ordinary means and ordinary physics and ordinary technologies, ordinary detector glitches, then, go home.
Occam's razor, yes.
Well, what we should do is if aliens ever land, we should bring them to you, I think. That's...
I don't know. Maybe you should bring them to the cats of the world or the elephants of the world who have amazing memories and capabilities that we're just beginning to understand.
Other species. This topic will never go away because it has unlimited public appetite, and as evidenced by every next movie that addresses that phenomenon. In fact, just now there's Alien Earth just came out, that's the Alien franchise, but now the alien's no longer in space, it's on Earth. Okay.
It's the last thing we want.
I know.
Who let that happen?
Who let that? Somebody left the door open. They forgot to close the door behind them. So yeah, there's no end of this, and movies are making money hand over fist. They should. Jill, they should have a volunteer tax that any percentage of a movie that depicts aliens should be given to SETI. I think I'm going to post that on social media. That's what I'm going to do.
That's great. Yeah, I've been making that argument for a long time, and it hasn't taken hold. So maybe if Neil,
let me see what I can do with it.
We'll get there.
Well, all right, Jill. It's been a delight to have you back on to Star Talk. I like checking in with you on the latest developments. in the SETI universe, the SETIverse. And good to hear that it's alive and well and funded, at least at levels that, at least for now, it's funded. And we're also delighted to learn that when you make contact, you will tell the world. You're not going to run to members of Congress and keep it in a locked box in a back room. You'll do what any scientist would do in your situation. And so we look forward to that day.
Me too. I look forward to that.
What was that question, Matt? Unless they think we're carrots, what was it?
Yeah. Well, are we there animals and plants? I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Are we there?
Vegetables?
Yeah. Are we the something to be eaten? Because they're long voyage. They're hungry. Tasty humans.
Let's hope they're fussy eaters. They don't like their broccoli.
They have the technology to come here and consider you as lunch. They don't need that. They can manufacture you.
Oh, that's true. But it might be a gourmet thing. We don't need meat, but people still do it. It could be a status thing.
I will die knowing I am tasty. How's that? Is that? All right, we got to call it quits there. So, Jill, it's been a delight to have you back on.
Oh, it's a pleasure, Neil. It's always great to talk to you.
And we'll check in with you again every now and then to make sure we don't fall too far behind on the latest SETI developments. And Matt, we can find you on mattkirshen.com. You're on the road.
Absolutely. I'd love to see Star Talk listeners out in my audiences. So yeah, mattkirshen.com for all my dates, and Probably Science is the podcast.
So this has been another episode of Star Talk Cosmic Queries, the SETI edition. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, and as always, I bid you to keep looking up, keep listening up.
When you look at metadata that's taken from our phones and our location, couldn't you pretty much tell what I'm thinking?
So you really have two types of things, right? You have the images that you present to the participants, and you have the brain responses to those images.
You're mapping the signals.
Absolutely. I think you're highlighting something which is actually an open question, which is the inter-individual variability of neural representations.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. And I see to my right, Gary O'Reilly. That must mean it's special edition.
Yes.
Gary.
Hey, Neil.
How you doing, man?
I'm good.
Former soccer pro.
Allegedly.
No. Are you better here than you were when you were playing soccer?
As I get older, I do get better.
Good answer.
That
Chuck,
is, hey.
As you get older, you get...
I get older. That is what happens to me. That's about it.
So I'm looking at the title you proposed, Reading Your Mind.
Ooh.
Yes.
And I thought this was a science show.
I know. Start the seance now.
Right.
Buckle up.
Okay.
I'm getting an M. And you have a relative somewhere.
Somewhere in the hemisphere.
Right. You had a mother.
Somewhere in the hemisphere.
Right. You had a mother. Okay, sorry.
That's just it. You're not. All right. AI.
What do you have, Gary?
AI will be driving our cars, our trucks, our trains soon enough, and probably, if not already, it will help us solve our everyday problem.
It already is.
Exactly. And it'll probably solve some of our big problems. It may even help us tidy up some of the mess we've made over the years. But surely it's never going to be able to read our minds, is it? Well, actually, yeah, it can. And our guest today leads a research team using AI to decode the language of our brains.
Ooh.
But before you start shouting at your devices, stop and think about the positivity that could come with this as a tool. But those who can think but not speak, who will get a voice. So for that, and if that happens, that would be truly amazing. So
and
Neil,
the ethics of that, too.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about there.
Okay.
So if we would introduce our guest.
I'd be delighted to.
Thank you.
Jean-Lemie King.
Ooh.
Jean-Remy King.
Oh, you're going to be saying that for hours, aren't you?
From Paris, France. Did I say all that right?
Absolutely.
Ex-
Perfect accent.
Welcome to Star Talk. Welcome to my office here at the Hayden Planetarium.
Thank you very much for having me.
And you work for Meta.
That's right.
Facebook, basically, but...
Absolutely, yes.
But Meta, I mean...
I think it's not just one singular...
It's not a thing anymore.
No.
It's Meta.
Right, yeah.
All right, you work for Meta in Paris. You have a background in neuroscience. I love neuroscience. We have neuroscientists on the show all the time.
We really do. Yeah,
we're all in
it's-
the situation when we have a neuroscientist. And describe to us what your goals are.
Aside from world domination.
So we have a lab at Meta, which is called FAIR, for Fundamental AI Research, which is structured as an academic lab in a sense. The goal is really to understand more about the principles of artificial intelligence. And within that lab, I'm working with a team that interfaces two disciplines, neuroscience on the one hand and AI on the other hand. Try to both better understand how the brain works and also try to perhaps improve AI algorithms in light of these principles.
How do you have any idea at all how the brain is processing information?
So we have tools for this, of course, in neuroscience.
Tools.
Interesting.
Tools you put on people's brains.
Oh, this is not hammers and chisels.
Tools, that's a euphemism for something, and I want to know what.
Sure, yeah, you have really a wide battery of tools that you can use. The one that we
On human brains.
On human brains, yeah. So the one we tend to use the most in the team are non-invasive neuroimaging techniques. So from magnetic resonance imaging, like the big scanner you have in hospitals, to electroencephalography. These are like the small nets that you can put on people's
It's little
heads.
caps that you put on your head with
Exactly.
all of the
And how does that work?
electrodes.
It looks for fields,
And each of those
electromagnetic
actually,
fields that come through your skull.
that's right. So each of those work with different principles. So for EEG, for electroencephalography, and MEG, the magnetoencephalography, you measure the fluctuations of electric and magnetic fields, which are elicited by neuronal activity. So typically when
Thoughts.
the biological instantiations of thoughts, yeah.
So is every brain
Well, do you know how
function?
precisely what?
Yes.
I said thoughts, the biological
Biological.
what's the word?
Instantiation, yeah.
Insensation.
Of thought.
Yeah.
That's
So
good.
does that mean that every action in the brain has an electrical counterpart, or so like
it should mean
the
that.
firing of a synapse is it actual electrical,
Actually, you have a
connection.
lot going on in the brain, which is not electric or doesn't lead to electric fields. In
Right.
fact, even the neurons which are firing, not all of them are being measured with
Okay.
EEG or MEG, and we tend to only measure those that are spatially aligned. So in the cortex, which is the part of the brain which is folded,
Right.
you have a lot of neurons, which we call pyramidal cells, that tend to be positioned in the same way. So when they discharge electricity, their electric field can build up over space because they actually are aligned spatially. If
So it strengthens it, the signal.
Yeah, if they were facing any direction,
Get some canceling.
it would just
you'll have
average
noise.
down to zero.
Right,
Basically.
you have
But
noise.
because they're all
Gotcha.
all aligned with one another, then you can measure these electric fields at a macroscopic level, even with electrodes that are positioned on the scalp, so not inside the brain.
So if we
That's
were,
amazing.
So you're in
Lovely.
an fMRI and you're offering images.
Functional magnetic. Yeah.
Resonance.
Exactly, yes.
So that's like you're awake, talking to the person
Right.
while they're messing with your brain.
Well, they're not messing with your brain. They'll offer you an image, and that then gets picked up through the data. But while you're offering an image to a patient, there's other noise.
Well, you declared something he hasn't declared yet. Can we get him to say it first?
Okay.
When you read the brain, what do you see?
We see a lot of noise, but maybe just
Depends on who's
Yeah, I didn't say my brain. I said when you read a regular brain, what do you see?
maybe just
see a lot of noise.
But just a clarification on the fMRI. So fMRI is a different type of technology that does not pick up electric and magnetic fields like EEG and MEG. It actually picks up a proxy of neuronal activity, which is the deoxygenation or the blood flow in the brain. So when neurons are active, they consume oxygen,
Right.
and so you have a change in the vascular flow, which you pick up with fMRI.
So you're getting the
And-
geography of the brain as to
Yeah.
what's happening And where?
Absolutely, and this is a very different type of signal that you would measure with EEG and MEG, and it's very slow. So of course the blood comes in only like it doesn't change every millisecond, let's say, and so you have a very different type of signal that you would observe depending on the device of choice, whether it's fMRI or EEG or MEG or intracranial recordings when you can have access to this type of signals.
Intracranial means you actually have probes inside
the brain.
Inside the brain.
Absolutely. So this is very common.
And people say, "Go ahead and do that."
No. So
no.
You do have patients, typically patients who suffer from intractable epilepsy, who need to have the part of the brain which generates the seizures to be removed. And before doing this, it is common to have a procedure where the neurosurgeons and the epileptologists decides to put electrodes inside of the areas which is believed to be pathological in order to be sure that this is indeed the brain region that should be removed.
Right,
and
you don't want to cut out the wrong part of the brain.
Absolutely.
Right.
And so these individuals typically would stay about a week in the hospital, during which these signals can be analyzed by a neurologist. And during that week, you can ask them whether they would like to participate in, for instance, an experiment that involves, I don't know, story listening or watching a movie.
I mean, we're already in your brain, so why not? I mean, we're already in here. You know, it's like when the mechanic goes, "Listen, I got to go in there anyway, so I might as well get the calipers done on the brakes." You know?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Right.
So when you're decoding the brain waves, whether it's blood flow or the magnetic fields, and you said there's noise. How is your algorithm filtering out that, and how is it breaking down? Because you said there's different data, the way the data comes is different from an fMRI that it does from an MEG. So how can you explain how the algorithm is reinterpreting that?
Sure. So maybe just to start with, the reason why I said that when you look at it, it looks like noise is because these signals are impacted not just by neuronal activity, but by a lot of different factors. So for instance, magnetic fields are constantly evolving. I shouldn't try to say this in front of you guys because you know more about this than I do, but we are in a flux of magnetic fields all the time. And the magnetic fluctuations that are being generated in the brain are extremely small, orders of magnitude smaller than the objects that surround us and move around when they have metallic parts. And so the signals that can be picked up are basically contaminated by all of these things. So when you look at the raw data, it's very difficult to guess anything, actually. You would probably need to start to do the very same task again and again to try to average out the noise and start to see what is the average brain response.
Oh, okay. So you're really looking for patterns
absolutely.
than anything else.
Then what better than to use AI to recognize patterns?
That makes perfect sense.
Wait, so let's back up for a minute. I understand you can look inside someone's brain and see the image that they're seeing as though you were somehow their eyes behind what the brain processed. Do I understand this correctly?
The goal is to try to understand how the brain represents perception. In the case of this experiment you're alluding to, the individuals are typically watching images one at a time. Each image is lasting for about a couple of seconds.
Did you do this on mice before you did it on humans? Well, you only saw big chunks of cheese.
Are you saying this because I'm a French researcher? We do not work with non-human animals in our team, but of course in neuroscience you have a wide variety of approaches, and a lot of people are indeed working on the visual system. Rather in macaques and mice. Mice are not so great for vision, but yes, there are a lot of different
they're bad
paths.
eyes, if I remember correctly.
Well, I'm not an expert in this, but I think they do see things, but they don't count on vision as much as we do.
Right.
So what you're really doing is you're measuring these signals as a person is seeing something. And that, what you're measuring, once you filter it, you're able to determine that this is the pattern. And if we match that from person to person, what are you measuring against is really my question.
So you really have two types of things, right? You have the images that you present to the participants, and you have the brain responses to those images. And the whole goal is to try to find the linking function between the two.
Okay, so you could use the same person, actually, and just replicate that over and over again. If you keep seeing the same pattern, then you know from this pattern that represents a sports car or a this or a that.
Right.
So you don't have to.
You're mapping the signals.
You're mapping the signals.
Right.
Absolutely.
That's the pattern.
So wait a minute. Here's the real rub, though. The human brain varies from person to person in not in its general regional response to stimuli, but it does vary in how we actually perceive things. So how do you make sure that what you're measuring in one person is actually going to be what you're measuring in another person? Like if I were to lose my sight, my occipital lobe would go like dead, but other parts of my brain would take up that activity. And so you would be measuring a completely different data set because I'm blind. But in my mind, I would still be seeing stuff. So
I think you're highlighting something which is actually an open question at the moment, which is the inter-individual variability of neural representations.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
And it's so up to recently, most of the human neuroscience research was really trying to focus on what was common across individuals. So typically the very sort of standard experiment is you take 20 or 40 participants like you and me, and you make them do a task for about an hour in the scanner, and then you try to see whether their brain responds similarly to the same stimulus. For instance, if you present half of the images with faces and half of the images with houses, is it the case that the brain areas that responds to faces is similar across individuals? And the result is that there is a surprisingly common structure across individuals in ways which raise questions. For instance, you have an area in the brain called the face fusiform gyrus, which is an area that responds specifically to faces. And this area tends to be located in the similar part of the brain for every individual, which is fine. You can say, okay, maybe genetically this was pre-programmed. We have some neurons in the brain which are specifically tuned for this. But it also is the case for reading, for instance, for orthography. So if you present words, you can find that indeed some part of the brain are specifically responding to letters, or the letters that you know, or the words that you know. And this tends to be in a brain regions which tends to be similar across individuals. But this cannot be genetically programmed, right? Because words is something that emanates from culture. This is a recent trait.
Recent,
so trying to understand why the same high-level representations end up being represented in the same place in the brain is a major question. Now, having said that, the field is shifting towards more and more focus on individuals, and we do realize that indeed the representations are very specific to some extent to individual brains, and that so far we may have emphasized too much the similarity across individuals and not pay enough attention about the individual specificities.
But if you have to calibrate against the individual for the individual's thoughts, then you can't just come up to a stranger and know anything about them.
So so for instance, we would know that auditory inputs, so sounds that comes into your ear, tend to be processed
Guys,
in
I'm
the
gonna be
same
honest with
brain
you. I
regions
think
at
me
first.
being my own coach is unironically the smartest thing I could have ever done. Well, I kind of like that idea. That's a good idea, right? Yeah, honestly, it really is. I like that. Are you gonna want to do crab first? Yeah. Why? Because, I mean, it's just like a nice little thing to have while we do drag. Talking to myself genuinely just feels so f***ing good. I literally feel like an AI. Like I'm just asking myself over and over and then reassessing and assessing and reassessing and assessing and reassessing and assess. Like, I literally feel like a fucking AI, bro. Trusting your own empirical evidence is a way to help your brain reintegrate information. Yeah, because the thing is, it's like, I'm sitting there and it's like, I'm asking myself, do I want to go for this play? And then it's like, I have to ask myself what's everything that could go wrong. But it's like, if I'm informative in a way where I'm just telling you guys, I'm going to do this now, it's like there isn't that backlash. You know what I mean? Like, there isn't that, like, that pushback, that fuck you, like, shoving me into the fucking locker and me in the fucking... Well, my head is in the urinal in game. Okay, I don't know why I went there with it. Yo. All right, Dantes, lock in fucking read. You're not a read, bro. I love you. Best hacker in the fucking world, bro. Get it the fuck done. Lock it in. How are we thinking about this game? 291 games. Adderall? No. Autism. I'm just an autistic guy with a lot of fucking pre-workout and a main character complex. Alright, top to bot full clear this game. Death Sand Smirks looks good. Get it done, bro. I mean, this off is griefing, though. Unless he invades me on my red now. Top to bot full clear. Get it done, bro. Are you kidding? Fucking bitch. Back to base for you, sucker motherfucker. I mean, I did everything I could there, bro. I did everything I could there. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I gave it my fucking everything. Swear to God I did. We have refillable pots, never forget. Should I have this is up? It might be. No. Sejuani's forced off. I really want to play on this dragon. It's okay. Reset play for my top side.
right? It's not that the ear is connected to a random part of the cortex. It tends to arrive ultimately in the primary auditory cortex, and this would be common to for evaluating how well we reconstruct the images in this case is not well posed. So if you take, for instance, a pixel level, you want to compare how good your image, the image that you managed to decode from brain activity, is compared to the true image. You may get every individual pixel wrong because perhaps, I don't know, the color is slightly off and the objects are slightly to the left or to the right. And so you would have a very bad decoding metric. But if the image has the same content, if it's, I don't know, the true image has a horse and you also decoded a horse, you don't want to say that this was a terrible reconstruction. You want to say, well, it's maybe not pixel accurate, but it tends to have the right concept. And so there is, for now, a difficulty in even quantifying the quality of the reconstructions. However, what is striking is to see that when you have a lot of hours per participants, typically 20, 40 hours per participants of them just watching images in the scanner, and you have a very good scanning technique, like a ultra high field.
Yes.
Yeah, this would be a huge amount of data for neuroscience. For physicists.
The universe is bigger than your brain.
I was going to say, they're only mapping the entire universe. So.
Of which your brain is a part.
Right.
Yeah.
So once you have a lot of data per individuals, then you can really start to reconstruct what they perceive in a surprisingly accurate way. However, going beyond perception currently remains very difficult.
Okay, so if you've offered an image to a patient, you get a certain set of data back, depending on the subject matter of that. What's the difference if the patient is asked to imagine an image? And do you get a variance?
From seeing it through your senses?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We talk mind's eye, for want of a better term.
Right. So in the case of perception, this is where the most progress has been made. So when you watch an image or when you hear a sound, it is becoming increasingly easy to decode what the person has seen or has heard. However, when you do the same type of tasks, but on imagination, you can get performances above chance level from a statistical point of view. But frankly, it's not very convincing to anyone who don't want just to look at the stats and just want to see the reconstruction. And the reason for this is, well, there are two reasons. The first reason is that the signal to noise ratio in imagination is much lower than in perception. So when you look at the brain signal, on average, they are weaker when you try to imagine, let's say, an apple.
Wait, some people have vivid imaginations, though. Still?
And I don't think we know this. So I think this trying to evaluate whether the people, for instance, who claim not to have any visual imagination, indeed do not have representation that would be decodable at all.
Because I just learned days ago that a colleague of mine, he went around the room and said, picture an apple in your head. Picture an apple.
Okay.
Picture an apple. He can't picture an apple in his head. And
wow.
Right. And is this some rare...
Not even the computer?
He cannot conjure an image on command in his head. We all thought of apple, red apple, green
not just
apple.
apples,
right?
But any image on demand.
Well, he used that as a simple one, but so I didn't know this was an issue.
Yeah, I think this is actually quite common. I am not an expert in this, but I think that the term is aphantasia, I think. This is something which is more than 5% of the population, I think, that claim not to be able to imagine visually objects.
So they don't become artists?
I don't think artists are restrained to just imagining objects in their head. You have musicians that
You have to be in front of your computer. I do believe you are like using some kind of technology to change your voice. Is it right, ma'am? Are you sure?
Are you having a hard time hearing me? Is it? Do you want me to use speakerphone? Is that
No,
what
no,
you're saying?
I can hear you very well, okay,
think it's
but I
just
do believe
it's
you
just
are
because I'm
using
not following the
some kind of
script.
technology, right, to change your voice quality, right? You can change your voice all over the time
Oh,
to confuse people, right?
I'm using a hearing aid. Yes.
Oh, that's right.
A hearing aid. Yeah.
Oh no,
Is that what
that's
you're
a
talking
hearing
about?
aid, but you're changing.
I'm a little confused.
I think he just failed because he's like he doesn't. If I'm not gonna go along with the scam, then probably try to call him out as a. That's funny.
Got disconnected. Sorry.
Hello.
Yes, I think we got disconnected. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me? Hi.
Are you there? Yeah. You can hear me, ma'am? I can hear you.
Your phone's
Hello.
your phone's breaking up a little tiny bit. Your phone's breaking up a little tiny bit.
I can't hear you clearly. Just speak loudly.
Can you hear me?
Wow, that's a nice shot.
Two can play that game.
So, I feel like they were using something to mess with the voice there.
All right. What account you are talking about?
Two scammers on the line.
I received the email. What email you have received?
And the one is pretending to fall for it.
It says I have purchased a not in security in my computer.
They both started off saying, "Welcome to Norton." Sorry, you
So I
missed
want to
that.
cancel this subscription.
Okay, help me with the order number.
What?
701.
Mm-hmm.
These are baby fish.
018.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so funny to me, though.
1719.
Okay, just give me a moment.
Take your time.
Yeah. Let's drink some tea. Oh, I'll put the timer up. Dude, I understand why
I
people
want
do
to
React
cancel my
content now.
subscription and get back with my refund, sir.
I don't even have to do anything. I can just sit here and laugh, you know? I feel like this is React. I'm a React streamer now.
Still there. Hello?
I
How
just
many
now
people
got
are
it.
online
I
right
just now understood why.
On this call?
What do you mean by online, sir? Yes.
I can chill with my tea.
Which support team you are right now? You're not a customer. You're not a client. You are any support team or something, like any technical support team people. Who you are?
Yo, exposed.
I want to cancel my subscription, sir. भाई कहाँ से हो?
अरे हमें पता था तुम ही होगे कहीं से। तो कितने लोग हो फोन पे? तो बता।
अरे भाई हम लोग तो कितने लोग हैं वो छोड़ो, पहले बताओ तुम कहाँ से हो?
अरे हम भी कहीं ना कहीं से होंगे ही। तो कहाँ ये किसका नंबर? तुम नॉटन क्यों बोल रहा है? हमारा तो मैकेफी है।
तुम्हारा मैकेफी है? अरे भाई तुम्हारे डेटे वाले को बोलो सही
I
से
understand
कास्टिंग करे,
a few
टेक्नो वेक्नो का
words,
नंबर
but
लगा देता है।
I'm not fluent, and so
ओहो
कहाँ से काम कर रहे हो भाई? कहाँ से हो? दिल्ली, कलकत्ता, जयपुर, कहाँ से हो?
जयपुर से।
जयपुर से?
जयपुर में जानते हो विजय को? हाँ।
विजय? कहाँ से भाई?
what if I should just hop on and be like, "Hello?
जयपुर से विजय श्योर बोल रहे हो भाई? तुम्हारी टोन तो लग रही नहीं है जयपुर से।
I'd like to get my refund."
कहाँ की लग रही है टोन भाई?
भाई सब लग रही है एनसीआर दिल्ली के हो।
Hello?
गलत लग रही है तुम।
I'd like to. Is
दिल्ली में बैठे हुए
this
हैं, इतना क्यों कर
Norton?
रहे हो? बता दो, थोड़ी ना तुम्हारे ऑफिस में आ जाएंगे हम।
Hello, is this the Norton refund department?
डरेंगे क्यों भाई तुमसे? ये कौन है?
Hello?
हाँ भाई बता दो कहाँ
Sorry,
से
is this
हो?
the
जयपुर या
refund
दिल्ली हो?
department? Hello?
हेलो।
Yeah, is this the refund department? Sorry, I.
अरे यार कहाँ रिफंड बोल रहे हो?
Sorry,
अच्छा कॉल क्यों ले रहे हैं?
did I get the wrong number or?
मैकेफी की कॉल ले रहा है बंदा और हमें कॉल कर दिया उसने। Hello.
Hello?
I want my refund back. Hello.
Play for my top side. We're just gonna go for refill clear. I want to make sure that my Sejuani or the enemy Sejuani doesn't get anything from that. She got my Raptors, so you know what? Let me see if I could actually go for this here. Okay, honestly not the worst. I'll take it. Oh, does he get this? That's okay. Let me look on a ball play. It's okay. I don't want to risk this game on a dragon call right now. Like I'm telling you, I can 1v9 this game with mechanics alone. So let me just be consistent and we're going to be okay. We're going to win this. That's okay, we take those. Dragon. Just play on the dragon. Consistency. Consistency above all. Let's go. Ignore the crab. We're not fighting even numbers. Just semi-scale with items. We're gonna be okay. Trust me. We could look on mid though. Motherfuckers flashless. I might have to ult out here. No, I trolled. It's okay. Hey, lock it in. Just play it safe. There's no need to make plays like that. You got this shit. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I need to talk to myself again. I need to start talking to myself more. If I don't talk to myself, I'm gonna get lost. Okay, 30 seconds on your... You got this shit. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I need to talk to myself again. I need to start talking to myself more. If I don't talk to myself, I'm gonna get lost. Okay, 30 seconds on your wolves. It's okay, bro. I'm here. I'm here for you. I got you. 30 seconds on your wolves. You can go for Gromp into wolves, and then afterwards you can look on your Krugs. You can look for a top gank. Your ult is up though, so you can always make a play work anywhere, okay? Okay. Don't worry, I'm here. I'm not leaving. Anytime you need me to, like, keep you grounded, I'm gonna be here, okay? Okay, thank you. I got you. You're in good hands. Play for your wolves. Your Krugs are up. You're gonna want to look on your Krugs, okay? And then after that, you could even kill the Olaf. Sound good? Sounds good. Perfect. Good kills, see? You're good. You have what it takes, bro. Just chill out a bit. Calm down. Lock it in. You got this. Okay? Thank you. So you can look for this red here, but you know that Sejuani and Yasuo are both topside. So there's a chance that you're getting invaded. Get your finger on your R key. You might need ult out. Now you can go for a smite steal on us. It's okay. Just ult out. They're giving you cancer because they know what you're capable of. Never forget that. Sound's coming. You can look for a return.
This YouTuber made wearing Supreme in New York City a dangerous thing for years. This YouTuber made wearing Supreme in New York City a dangerous thing for years, terrorizing the streets, harassing strangers, and building a viral empire out of pure hatred for a clothing brand, only to end up serving 28 years to life in prison. And this is all because his reckless actions cost the life of an innocent family man. So it's safe to say, we have quite the tragic yet wild video today. And it's probably the most extreme case of fashion beef spiraling into real-world consequences that we've ever seen. Especially because this story actually starts back in 2016 to 2017 and only reached its conclusion now recently in 2025, almost a decade later. So meet Anthony Lopez, who became known online as YM a man whose obsession with fashion drama would destroy multiple lives, including his own. However, to understand how this whole disaster unfolded, we first need to know what these clothing brands meant to people around the world, especially in New York City during the late 2010s. Because let's go back to 2016, and Supreme had basically become the holy grail of streetwear culture, and people were literally sleeping on the sidewalks outside of Supreme stores just to buy their new box logo hoodies. Meanwhile, you have a bathing ape, mostly referred to as Bape. That was Supreme's flashy Japanese competitor. While Supreme kept things more minimalistic at least, and grungy, Bape, they went full rainbow camouflage and cartoon apes. But both brands had die-hard followers who treated their choices kind of like a religion. Then obviously you had the casual streetwear people who maybe owned both or wanted to own both, but your average person did not own any of this, as we're talking about $500 plus hoodies back in 2016. Ironically, now both of these brands are cheaper because they're still like, you could probably get a Supreme tee or Supreme hoodie for what, like $300 now, and the dollar is worth definitely way less than what it was back in 2016. That also has a lot to do with the hype on both of them pretty much dwindling, but back then, Anthony Lopez decided that his preference was Bape, and that needed to become his purpose in life. So around 2016, Anthony or YM Bape started showing up to social media with one simple mission: convince the world that Supreme was garbage and anyone wearing it deserved to be publicly shamed. Now, Anthony wasn't some fashion insider or an industry expert. He was also just a regular dude from New York who happened to have an extremely strong opinion on what other people wore. And I guess what made him different was his willingness to take these opinions directly to the streets and all up in people's face. Because instead of just posting angry comments online like most haters, YM Bape, he grabbed his phone and started physically confronting strangers in Manhattan. He'd walk up to random people wearing Supreme gear and start shouting at them about their fashion choices. And according to interviews he gave later, YM Bape actually started doing this stuff without even recording it. He was just walking around Soho genuinely harassing people because he felt like he was just very passionate that he hated Supreme and he wanted Bape to be the big thing. Eventually, his friends then convinced him to start filming these encounters, and that's where everything changed.
So you were just running up on people who were wearing Supreme and just flexing on them? Just why? Because you were in the mood? You just didn't with it?
Yeah, because I was so adjusted to Supreme.
Okay.
Because these videos started going viral on Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook pages everywhere. And people couldn't figure out why he was doing this. There was a lot of speculation if these were just skits or if this guy's actually just lost his mind over some hoodies. And these weren't just verbal arguments either, because YM Bape, he would physically grab Supreme hats off of people's heads and just throw them on the ground. He'd push strangers, he'd trip them while they were walking, and then he would also do this whole like beating on his chest thing while shouting catchphrases.
Homie. Yeah. Stop wearing that. Yeah. Playing laughing. They ain't playing with you. He's still being the trick that man. You know what I do best.
It was definitely extremely cringy to watch, but that cringiness is exactly what made the content go extremely viral, because especially back then, this behavior wasn't all over the place. Now it kind of is, but then it was somewhat unique, even though how tragic it is. Because within months, YM Bape transferred from some like random street harasser to a legitimate internet personality. He was getting thousands of followers who was genuinely entertained by the chaos or genuinely supported his anti-Supreme crusade. And this was also during a time where Supreme got so popular, but it was so expensive that a lot of people just started hating on it because, yeah, like the $1,200 hoodie with just Supreme on it did not make sense for most people. So a lot of people started clowning on the people who were actually buying that kind of stuff. But here's the thing, even if you knew who he was or followed his content, you still weren't safe from being pressed if you wore the wrong brand around him. Because this situation got so intense that people started genuinely avoiding certain neighborhoods in Manhattan if they were wearing Supreme. And YM wasn't just targeting random pedestrians anymore. Because one of his most infamous moments was when he approached the actor Jonah Hill on the street, which led to this footage showing that Jonah was probably extremely confused and maybe slightly startled.
Got the big Supreme. He my man. I ain't gonna violate. Supreme cake out here. You gonna hear about me soon. I'm violating all Supreme. I'm out here. We out here. We out here.
Social media back then was definitely very different because this was also during the time of Boom Gang. Yes, it's safe to say it was pretty cursed back then. But as his internet fame grew, something unexpected happened. Major figures in hip-hop began acknowledging his existence. He was spotted hanging around rappers like Chief Keef, Playboi Carti, and even brought on stage during a Lil Uzi Vert concert. But the whole thing reached peak validation when XXXTentacion referenced him in a song, basically turning the YM chest-beating signature move into a mainstream hip-hop lyric. And this led him to being interviewed on No Jumper, where he got to explain his Supreme hatred for hundreds of thousands of viewers. And at this point, terrorizing people for their clothing choices literally became his career. And with internet fame came some money, and YM started investing into expensive jewelry and questionable street activity. And this is also around the time where he really starts leaning into his anti-Supreme brand. Because in 2018, he pulled off the stunt where he replaced actual Supreme advertisements around New York with posters of his own face.
I'm gonna tell you what's going on. Supreme, I'm a hate.
But he was definitely not finished with the street confrontations because they were getting more and more wild. He started storming into actual Supreme retail stores, throwing around the merchandise, and actually screaming at employees and customers. There were also videos of him getting into serious street fights over the brand. He was also arrested multiple times for these incidents, but every time he just kept on coming back. He just kept pushing things further and further, like literally beating someone up for wearing Supreme. And obviously, I can't show that full clip. But it was because of this behavior that he then later on claimed that someone put a bounty on him because of all the alleged harassment he's been doing. And eventually, that caught up with him. And he got jumped by a group of people who were apparently fed up with his antics. And obviously, I can't show that clip either. But in April of 2019, everything changed when YM got shot 3 times in the chest. And the shooting happened near some housing projects on New York's Lower East Side, where YM and his crew were allegedly based. When photos of him in the hospital started circulating online, people had mixed reactions. Some felt bad for him, and many thought he'd finally pushed the wrong person too far. YM then posted some hospital photos with some dramatic captions and even filmed a music video from his hospital bed, basically turning his shooting into more content for his brand. But according to prosecutors, YM was convinced that someone from a rival neighborhood was responsible for shooting him. And that's where his story took a big turn from internet drama to an actual criminal conspiracy. So from what I can tell, what happened next had nothing to do with Supreme or Bape or even internet fame. It was street level retaliation that would end an innocent person's life. Because after getting out of the hospital, Anthony looked for someone to handle his revenge. In June of 2019, a young guy reached out to him through some text messages, offering to carry out a hit for a surprisingly small amount of money. Anthony then accepted this offer and they started planning the attack. So on June 12, 2019, YM coordinated with several people to finalize their plan. He arranged transportation and logistics for what was supposed to be a targeted hit on whoever he thought was responsible for shooting him. So that night, the crew he hired took a taxi to the rival neighborhood. They were then looking for a specific person, but the way things ended was not how it was supposed to happen. So in the early morning hours of July 13th, they ended up near an apartment building where James Weeks was hanging out with his friends after a typical Friday night. James was a 35-year-old who had worked for Citibank and had absolutely nothing to do with any gang activity or street beef. At around 2:40 in the morning, as James was walking to his car, one of YM hired shooters opened fire at him from about 150 feet away. James Weeks was hit in the face, and although he made it to the hospital, he never made it out of there. And meanwhile, the person YM was actually after was nowhere to be found. And what makes the situation even more tragic is James Weeks left behind a wife and 4 children. According to his family, he had no connection to any gang activity at all. He was literally just visiting his friends on a Friday evening and nothing more. But later that day, YM was actually sent a screenshot of an Instagram post about the shooting that simply said, "innocent bystander." And what makes things worse is he knew they targeted the wrong person, but he didn't seem to care. Because even after learning they ended an innocent father's life, Anthony didn't stop planning. The shooters got arrested within weeks, but while they sat in jail, He kept calling them and plotting to finish what they'd started. In one recorded jail call from January of 2020, Wyanbabe told one of the arrested shooters that he had $4,000 ready for another hit. He was offering to pay double what he originally paid the first time, even though an innocent man was already gone, because of his desire for revenge. And what's wild to me is he was doing this over jail calls, and for some reason this was going on for months. The guy was visiting and calling the people who ended James Week's life, trying to get them to complete his original plan. But unfortunately for Wyanbabe or Anthony, he was arrested in December of 2021, more than 2 years after James lost his life. And the legal proceedings revealed the full scope on what had actually been happening. This wasn't just some internet personality who got carried away with content creation. His whole Supreme hating character and banging on the chest thing was apparently connected to gang affiliations that most of his internet followers probably had no idea about. And during the trial, prosecutors showed evidence that Wyanbabe felt zero remorse for what had happened. Even while locked up awaiting trial, the people managing his account were posting smiling photos of him in jail on social media. So in December of 2024, a jury found Wyanbabe guilty of murder in the first degree and conspiracy. And in March of 2025,